Dragi kolege, dragi gosti, želim da vas pozdravim u ime Instituta za evropske studije. Kada sam u Srbiji, ne volim da govorim ni na francuskom, a kamoli na engleskom, ali ovog puta naravno zbog naših uvaženih gostiju iz inostranstva, obratit ću vam se na engleskom jeziku, tako da molim sve Srbe da me slušaju bez obzira na moj engleski. Evo, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I would like to welcome you to Belgrade, Serbia, and the Institute of European Studies for a conference on the issues of the enlargement of the European Union to new members from the Western Balkans and Eastern Europe. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Milenko Petrović from the University of Canterbury, New Zealand, member of the National Center of European Studies. It was on his initiative that I accepted. We are today gathered here in this hall. As you know, our conference has an international character, and it's a great honor for me to host a number of distinguished academics from abroad. Dr. Martin Holland, Director of the National Center for European Studies from the University of Canterbury, New Zealand. Thank you, Dr. Holland, to be with us today. Our keynote speaker, Professor Richard Whitman from the University of Kent, United Kingdom. He's on the head of School of Economics, Politics and International Relations of University of Kent, United Kingdom. Jialu Chen, Jialu Chen. From the University of Canterbury, Professor Emilian Kowalski, also from the University of Tampere, Finland, also our keynote speaker. Professor Biljana Veljanovska from the Cyril and Methodius University, Skopje, North Macedonia. Dr. Marian Karagiozov from the Institute for Balkan Studies, affiliated to the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. Dr. Feđa Pavlović from the University of Podgorica, ili tako, Feđa, Montenegro. I would like to say that a great contribution to the organization of this conference was made by the members of the organizing committee, the Dean of the Faculty of Political Science, Professor Maja Kovačević, Dr. Miloš Petrović from the Institute for International Politics and Economics, Dr. Irina Milutinović from the Institute of European Studies, and especially in the organizational and academic sense from Dr. Milan Igrutinović, Deputy Director of the ES. I would like to welcome all participants from other faculties and institutes from Serbia, Faculty of Political Science, the University of Defense, the Institute of Social Sciences, the Institute for International Politics and Economics, the Institute of Criminology and Sociology, also from the non-governmental sector, ISAC Fund, IDS Law, etc. It's also a great pleasure for me to have with us today my friends and distinguished colleagues, Professor Duško Lopandić, former ambassador of the Republic of Serbia to the European Union and Portugal, and Dr. Ognjen Pribićević, former ambassador to the Federal Republic of Germany and United Kingdom. Of course, I am extremely pleased that researchers from the Institute for European Studies will give us substantial contributions to this conference. Dear colleagues, the topic of our conference is one of the key points for determining relations in Europe in the 21st century. The European Union has not admitted new members since 2013 and the accession of Croatia. This has called into question the credibility of the enlargement process and raised the dilemma of the Union's real intentions towards the country of the Western Balkans. The admission of new members did not happen only because of the shortcomings of the candidates that are known, and were also present in some of the current members of the European Union, but mainly because the European Union could not absorb the new countries, functioning with a larger number of members. For this, it was necessary to reform the constitutional order of the Union, but there was no real consensus among its member states on this issue. In addition, some of the member states took the opportunity to condition the candidates for membership to fulfill their national interests and aspiration and resolve the bilateral disputes. I have in mind the relations between Greece, Bulgaria, and North Macedonia, Croatia with Montenegro, and even Serbia. The accession procedure by the EU and its member states has been made complex and complicated, instead of being simplified and made more efficient. For example, even today, the opening of each negotiation cluster requires an unanimous decision of representatives of all member states gathered in the Council of the European Union. However, the Union understands that enlargement is an issue of exceptional geostrategic importance, and it's trying to unfreeze this process. First of all, by accepting Montenegro into its membership in 2028, and maybe Albania in 2030. For those like Serbia, who cannot fully accept the foreign policy of the European Union and introduce the sanctions against Russia Federation, France and Germany, in their non-paper on new moment in enlargement, have foreseen the possibility of integrating the candidate into the Union's internal market with the role of participant observer in the EU institutions, the right to participate in the institutions without the right to vote and decide. Dear colleagues, our conference is taking place in favorable international circumstances. As you know, yesterday, US President Donald Trump concluded a peace agreement with Islamic Republic of Iran and went to celebrate his birthday by watching MMA fight. Dear colleagues, I look forward with great impatience to hearing your opinion about European enlargement issues. On that behalf, I wish you a successful conference at the Institute of European Studies. Let's debate start. Thank you very much. Give the floor to Professor Holland from the Canterbury University. Please.
Thank you very much. Let me stand, because a lot of people at the back who... I'm not the tallest, but you might be able to see me better. First of all, let me thank the hosts. I think this is the second occasion I've been to the Institute, so I have fond memories. And it's very generous of you to host us for this conference, 2 days, as well as supporting my colleagues over many, many years. If I can give you some credit, let me give some credibility. You're probably wondering, what is a man from New Zealand going to tell you about the European Union? Well, let me reassure you, I'm an EU citizen. Genetically, I'm Irish. My language, my accent's very similar to Richard Whitman's. I was born in London, but I am a long-time European Union fanatic, I guess I would say. Indeed, my PhD was on the first direct elections to the European Parliament. So it's not, I haven't discovered Europe and the EU recently. It's been part of my life, well, since I was a teenager. So hopefully I have some credibility of when I make any comments. A little bit about the NCRE, which I established in the year 2000. So we've just passed a quarter of a century, and during that time, I'm delighted to say my good colleague Milenko Petrović has joined us, been with us for over 20 years, and is the face of EU enlargement in Australasia. We're very lucky to have him, and you're lucky to have him too. He really is the voice from our part of the world that has knowledge that can influence politicians and academics and debates. And indeed, that's, I suppose, the important thing about the NCRE is that we exist in a university. We're a research centre, but we've always engaged in policy dialogue with our government, with overseas governments, and we've established ourselves, I would say, as one of the leading EU centres of excellence in the Asia Pacific. We are a Jean Monnet Centre of Excellence, which is nice, brings money, but it also gives us a network throughout our region. But we're not just parochial, looking at the Asia Pacific, so we do try to keep very robust linkages with similar research institutes throughout Europe, including the one we are at today. So we're very grateful because, as you might imagine, living in New Zealand, sometimes you feel a little remote from the centre of activities. So these connections, these networks, are essential to our intellectual liveliness. And I'm delighted to see not only Milenko from my centre and myself, but a PhD student, Jialu, and a soon-to-be visiting fellow, Richard Whitman here. So we're in healthy state, and hopefully we can persuade some of you to visit us. It's only a 26-hour flight, so don't be intimidated at all. And also, let me finish on this, that for the NCRE, this is an incredibly encouraging audience, because most of you, if not all of you, are the future. Young scholars interested in things European who will take over when the likes of Richard Whitman and myself and Milenko decide to do other things with our lives. So I'm really keen and really supportive of younger scholars and delighted. Hopefully you find the next 2 days a good use of your time. And I'll finish, as we're already behind schedule probably. I think it's one of the advantages of living in New Zealand and looking at things European is that the view of Europe and issues is different from the outside. I guess Serbia also thinks it's partly on the outside. But if you're external, if you're in New Zealand, if you're in the Asia Pacific, what the EU represents, the credibility of its agenda, looks through a critical lens. Just because I sound like I'm European doesn't give me a European mindset. I have a very critical lens to look at European integration. So on that, I thank you again for coming and look forward to the next 2 days.
Yes, I have the pleasure to give the floor to Professor Milenko Petrović, our academic representative in New Zealand and the University of Canterbury. Please.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming. This is a great pleasure to see so many people here and also having in the program, which we were working on for the last 2-3 months, and now we are in. So we look forward to a as you know, the program is very packed. We have several very interesting papers and the others who are also very interesting. And, and so we expect a really interesting discussion, a lovely discussion, and to encourage us to, if we can somehow, like academics, I mean, to persuade politicians and political leaders to make some right decision in the future. Although they don't bother too much for academia, but it is our job, I mean, to assess them, to give our views on their decision, not to follow them, but to try to guide them and to instruct them and to show them for the mistakes and things that could be improved. Yeah, this is our job, I mean, particularly for us who are political analysts and specialists in international relations. As for the program, I mean, I thank you, my colleague Milan Igrutinović, and also Director Slobodan, and my director, Holland, who gave us support in working on this program. I mean, encouraging you to apply, to come, and thank you, of course, our keynote speaker who were ready to come, Professor Whitman, Professor Emanuel Kowalski, and Professor Biljana Vankovska, who will be giving, I'm sure, very interesting and persuasive, I mean, keynote speeches. As for the program, as I said, it is packed. We will have today, we will be working until 5:15, 5:30, tomorrow even longer, because we will be ending with a roundtable talk, which also I found interesting. I personally will skip this time for presenting paper, but I will be involved in this roundtable talk, I mean, and will express my views, although they are more or less very well known and similar to the views of our keynote speakers, definitely. So, as for the program, as I said, we will have almost all panels, apart from the 2 panels in the last day, tomorrow. All the panels have 4 speakers, and will last for 90 minutes, 1 hour, 30 minutes. So design time for the speakers and also instructions for chairs not to be that strict. I mean, 15 to 17 minutes for presentation, and then the rest for discussion. As it is up to the chairs and the panelists to decide what would you prefer. I mean, questions immediately after you present, or after all 4 speakers present, questions and discussion. I always was. I'm closing to the end of my career. Academic career is still not clear what is the better option. I mean, so that's for me. Thank you again for coming, and I look forward for a very interesting and engaging conference. Thank you. To my
to give the floor to Milan Igrutinović, our dear colleague and key member of organizing community, or organization committee. Oh, sorry, sorry.
Thank you. I'll be extremely brief. I'll thank our director for giving us the kind of field to wrap the conference up and to organize it, for being very pragmatic with all the issues. I'll thank Milenko for his energy, because it was the driving force behind the conference. We put more of the administrative technical work. The topic is, I think every one of you here, even and 95% of you, have academically dealt with the EU enlargement in some shape or form. I think you all know it's a pretty dynamic field right now. The EU is kind of trying to reinvigorate this. We still don't know how it will follow through over the next 2 years. We can only guess, and this conference will be kind of part of guessing what's going to happen. We did not want to push for written articles for the conference. It was a bit too much to ask at this point, but we do plan to publish an edited volume and to give you some 2 or 3 months after the conference with some reflection and some afterthoughts to write the articles, and I'll be happy to announce it now, and we'll be in kind of charge in the whole process. Whoever of you remains interested in topic and to follow up on your abstracts and on your presentations today, but we will keep in touch on that. That's one technical note. I'll be here for a whole 2 days, and whatever you need, whatever I may assist during the conference, feel free to ask. And I wish all of us, I say, happy but productive and easygoing conference. Thank you.
Technical problem. We want to start, of course, with our keynote speaker, a very distinguished professor from the United Kingdom, Dr. Richard Whitman, which also known that he analyzed the power.
Tell about him.
Yeah. Okay, you will tell him. He analyzed this. Okay. European normative power, but I will left to Professor Petrović to say some words about Professor Whitman.
So now we are starting with the program now officially. Thank you for these introductory speeches, and now my honor and privilege is to introduce our first keynote speaker, Professor Richard Whitman, who is coming from the University of Kent. He is professor of politics and international relations at that university, and also presently he is a senior associate fellow of the Royal United Service Institute. I will just mention a few of his previous positions and achievements in academia. Otherwise, I will be speaking probably longer than it is his keynote address. So he was a former head of the European program at Chatham House and an associate fellow from 2006 to 2023. He was a senior fellow on the Economic and Research Council UK in a Changing Europe initiative, and held the British Academy and Levermont Michael Dockrell Senior Research Fellowship in British Foreign Policy in 2022. He was elected as a fellow of the UK Academy of Social Sciences in 2007, and he was also former chair of the British International Studies Association and the University Association for Contemporary European Studies. He was also a co-lead editor of the very famous and distinguished Journal of Common Market Studies when he was doing that duty between 2017 and 2022. His current research interests focus on the foreign security and defense policies of the UK and the EU, and he is now writing, and actually just finished writing and submitting a new book written with Kamila Kvapinska, entitled The UK and the War on Ukraine, Status Seeking in the European Security Order, which will be published next year. However, I would like to emphasize that Professor Whitman became well known, as he said, or internationally recognized for his work with Jan Manners on developing the theory of normative power Europe some 25 years ago. And he is, of course, expert in European foreign policy, European Union foreign policy, and European integration, about which he since wrote 9 books and numerous smaller contributions, journal articles, etc. Several of them were devoted to EU enlargement and the problems of challenges in the process and challenges of EU enlargement. And I think that he is obviously a great choice to be our keynote speaker today on this topic. So now, Richard, I would like you to take the floor. And sorry, dear, I forgot the address of his title is I apologize. The EU's enlargement endgame, of course.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you to the Institute for European Studies. Thank you very much to the National Centre for Research on Europe. Thank you to Milenko and to Milan, and thank you to all of you for coming to hear a guy who comes from a state that was in the EU, is now out of the EU, and is thinking about maybe it wants to be back in the EU. So I've been through the reverse enlargement journey personally. But I was very provoked in a positive way by the title of this conference, with having the fresh momentum in inverted commas. And I would say that the idea of momentum in the European Union's discussion has done a lot of work in the last few years. I mean, there are lots of discussions about momentum, and I suspect that, like many people in the room here, we're rather skeptical now when we hear the word momentum, because it sounds like enlargement is moving when precisely it is not, or it's moving in the opposite direction. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity to share my own reaction to where I think we're at, and I'll explain a little bit what I mean by the enlargement endgame. So, is this what momentum looks like? I was very surprised when I found this photograph the last time the EU engaged in the signing of an accession treaty, because it was in colour, not black and white. So colour had been invented before then, but it's been a while, clearly, since accession has taken place. And many of you in the audience here will be familiar with the two signatories of that treaty, neither of whom are in active political life in Croatia anymore. So it's a great pub quiz question, if you're ever asked, who are the last two politicians to sign an accession treaty with the European Union. So looking for the next photograph in the series, there is this one. This is Boris Johnson signing the opposite of an accession treaty, which is the withdrawal agreement with the European Union. And that's sort of where I come in the sense that, I spent quite a few decades looking at enlargement. I spent quite a few decades thinking about what it means to be a member of the European Union. Quite a bit of time thinking about the European Union's place in the world. And over the last decade, because it's almost a decade since the vote to leave the European Union, I've spent a lot of time thinking about how the European Union negotiates with a third country, and it isn't very comfortable, and it isn't very pleasant, and it doesn't make any difference even if you know the rules of the club, I would say. So however much we might know or think we know about the European Union, that's not necessarily sufficient to put us in a good place in terms of dealing with the European Union. We were unlucky because we had not the best politicians, but it's all the knowledge in the world is not sufficient, I think, to deal with the challenge that is dealing with the European Union, because there are other things at work that I want to talk about. And just as a reminder, the process of becoming a member in terms of accession negotiations, if you look across time, and this is from my colleagues at UK and Chen Europe, is not short. If you are thinking from the moment in which you start now, and we think about Croatia as probably the most useful comparator, I would say, for the modern accession process or enlargement process, although it's got even more complicated since. But, we've obviously chosen a great day to be thinking about this question of enlargement, because of course the fundamentals cluster starts or opens today in the accession negotiations for Ukraine and Moldova, but essentially that process starts because of domestic political events in Hungary and Hungary's willingness, or the current government's willingness, to alter its position and do a fairly swift deal on minority rights issues, or at least, let's say, present a sort of politically defensible shift, shall we say, on the part of Ukraine to make that possible. And of course, last week we also had the Western Balkan leaders meeting in Tivat, and this pledge again to streamline, to accelerate, to give more momentum to the process. And as the director said in the opening, now with 2028 now in the public domain as this measurable date for accession. So, does the fresh momentum need to drop drop the inverted commas? Is it real? It may be real, but actually, what is the momentum towards? What is it that we are moving towards? And that's really what I want to take as my focus today. Momentum towards what? What is it that enlargement process actually leads to? And I would say it's not so much a process we need to think about, but we need to think about an end game. From 1989 onwards, I discount the earlier enlargements. We can get back to those in discussion. But we lived through a process of enlargement as process, where the process was in effect constructed in a way that's very different from what had existed previously, and that's been evolved across time. But I would now to suggest to you, and this is my thesis this morning, that we're really in what I call an enlargement endgame situation. I use it in the precise chess sense. I'm sure there are better chess players than me in the room. This is when the board is thinned, very few pieces on the board, but the pieces that are there are decisive for what the process is going to result in. So the question for me is no longer whether there'll be a result, whether we'll have enlargement, if you like, almost completed. It will be a question of what form it takes and what will be conceded to reach that end game. And this to me is the very interesting question, because I don't think, Iceland will become a member. You know, if they vote in August, the end of August, and they decide that they want to become a member, they will become a member quite possibly before Montenegro, I would suggest. It will be a fairly quick open and shut case, but the question now is what kind of membership the new members receive. This is now the active discussion. What kind of union will the new members join? And what kind of compromises will we see struck on institutional questions, on financial questions, on and normatively to get the EU where it might be to enlarge. So I think we're going to see a new kind of settlement, but it's also one that's in a way racing against the clock. And I want to sort of do this or make this argument in four parts, if I may. I mean, the first is to look at the conceptual shift from what I would see as a transformation or a change from enlargement as transformation, the idea that it was a transformative process, to one in which it's much more now about anchoring, it's much more geopolitical. The toolkit that's now been improvised to manage that shift, staged integration, differentiated integration, all the instruments like pre-accession finance and so on, but these have dangers, I would suggest, for the candidates and for the EU built into them. But also that in many ways the binding constraint is the internal one. You know, can the EU reform itself? I mean, this is an old question around enlargement, but I think now it's a rather acute question, may I suggest, in terms of decision-making rules, in terms of the budget, absolutely crucial, in terms of the issue of the rule of law, and is the EU able to make the compromises it will need to make to facilitate what's necessary. And then I'll finish off with my sort of final provocation, if you like, which is to look at what I think the post-finality union will look like, and what kind of European Union we are working ourselves toward. So let me start with my first point from transformation to anchoring. I think that obviously we had enlargement before the end of the Cold War, but what we saw since the end of the Cold War, both in enlargement as a process but also the study of enlargement, was a literature about transformation. The central focus was about transformation and how transformation would take place, and one of the most dominant accounts was the external incentives model, that the European Union changed candidate states from the outside in. There was a credible prospect of membership was offered, but on the basis of a very, very long list of conditions, but the reward was then withheld until you met those conditions. So, we could disagree about whether the conditions were right or wrong. We could disagree about the way that they were managed, but I think there was a certain clarity about the process in terms of the process, I would suggest. And within that, I think what we saw for the states themselves, the external incentives model was well rehearsed in the literature for those who follow this stuff. And we also had ideas such as transformative power, that Europeanization with conditionality was actually a transformative project for the states and societies concerned. And this was a good thing, because it was making all states a better place to be active and desirable participants within a particular kind of EU order for Europe. But as we've seen from scholars working on this, that there was, of course, issues of leverage at work. The EU was in a position in which it could exercise leverage. It chose to do so. The terms in which it chose to do it were essentially presented as technocratic, but they were obviously to facilitate the creation, not least of a political economy for Europe, which was one that worked very well for the existing states within Europe and their desires to build a particular kind of model of the European political economy, one which, is now in trouble, but at that time was thought about as being the very best route to prosperity as well as peace for the EU, as well as for the states themselves. And beneath all of this was, the idea that there was normative power at work, that the EU's most distinctive power was normative. It was that capacity to shape what counts as normal, to export its rules and values, rather than projecting force, that was the defining characteristic of the way in which the EU exercised power for good, and that it had a transformative effect on the international relations of Europe. How yesterday that sounds, right, over the last few years. But the model itself was, of course, also predicated on three important load-bearing assumptions, I would suggest. One was that membership was credible, that candidates had a reasonable expectation of believing that they would be admitted if they complied with what was required of them. Secondly, and I think interestingly, the process was open-ended in time. There was no clock, there were conditions, but the time frame was not one that was so far into the future that it became an unrealizable proposition. In other words, you could at least reasonably assess that the EU was treating time fairly, where I don't think we're quite in that position now, I would suggest, but I'll come back to this point. But also the direction of travel was deep convergence. In the end, candidates would look like and feel like the union it was joining. They were becoming European states, or more precisely EU states. And that conditionality to get there was patient, it was technocratic, and it was fairly confident on the EU side. The EU believed it held all the cards and could afford to wait until states complied with those conditions. And what I would suggest is that those assumptions now, I think, have been broken from my part. I think, first of all, credibility. Scholars of enlargement have diagnosed this for quite some time, but enlargement fatigue became something that was a commonplace. There could be compliance, but it wasn't necessarily rewarded. And of course, the EU has moved the goalposts across time to make enlargement difficult. We've had shifts to the methodology, for example, the fundamentals first methodology back in 2020, which tightened the screws on the rule of law just at the moment in which the will to deliver membership was draining away within the European Union. So you had two things going on. On the one hand, it was getting tougher, but on the other hand, even if you complied with that toughness, then delivering membership or receiving membership was getting more difficult to attain. North Macedonia is instructive in that way, that to clear a veto and then find that there's another veto that stands behind the veto, which was desirable. So for the EU was able to be, I think, disciplining of governments that came into power that sought the EU membership as a political vocation by saying, a clear lesson: compliance doesn't necessarily buy you in. So you can do quite a lot on the compliance route, but it doesn't necessarily get you on the inside. But the real shift that we've had is, I think, to put a new kind of clock on the enlargement process. Not the clock or running the time that was the time for those who have been the patient builders, preparers doing the work, that Russia's invasion of Ukraine put enlargement on a different timetable or a different clock, I would suggest. That Ukraine and Moldova moved category very, very quickly in a matter of months. If you think from the invasion, it took just 4 months to move into the candidate position after the war. And from there, just from June 2022, 18 months until negotiations were authorized. And, you know, as a reminder, Georgia was in that same category at that time. So, you know, we've had a very, very different change in that I would suggest that the patient conditionality that the EU had previously engaged in was changed to enlargement as an emergency political response, and the political response the EU thought it could offer to the European Union. And what in effect we've had probably, I would suggest, is best characterized by the work of Ksenija, which is that this is a geopoliticization of the enlargement process that wasn't there previously. I mean, the EU liked to think it thought geopolitically, but it didn't really think geopolitically. It thought and acted very technocratically on the enlargement question. It thought very much about alignment. And, you know, what I think demonstrates this more clearly than anything else, that the justification for the opening to Kyiv was not principally that Ukraine had finished its homework. Clearly, it hasn't finished its homework. It's not close to finishing its homework, but it's obviously seen itself put into a different position from where it was previously, because the EU thinking is that, you know, a grey zone of unanchored states is a security risk that the European Union, however we define the European Union, could no longer tolerate. And this obviously fitted with the idea, particularly from the Commission, that it was a geopolitical commission. It had to think about enlargement in a way that was very different from what had been the case previously. And this is where essentially I think we are at. So for me, I think that the EU has clearly abandoned transformation for security. I think it's a security-first approach. We can be pessimistic about whether the EU does security effectively, but enlargement now is, if we look at the rank ordering of states that are likely to become members, is essentially they're being conditioned, not in the previous sense of enlargement, but much more about anchoring. How you deny states or deny Moscow influence over those states, rather than converting neighbours into being liberal democracies. And this has a problem, I would suggest, for the EU itself. So the acquis is in danger of becoming a fig leaf. You know, what matters is alignment perhaps on sanctions, defence, the orientation of the government's foreign policy, rather than the older considerations when it came to seeing a state putting itself in a position in which it was equipped for enlargement. But but the old template hasn't been replaced, in the sense we've still got the process that was referred earlier to in terms of clusters and so on. But it's a geopolitical rationale is laid over the top of that pre-existing enlargement process, I would suggest. So, you know, candidates are still asked to converge. You know, there are still the clusters, there's benchmarks, there's rule of law, conditionality, and so on and so on. But the rationale on the EU side has changed. And the timeline is being compressed to fit a security logic that the machinery was never designed to serve. So if you think we've had extended processes of enlargement working through the process now, we have in Ukraine and Moldova countries which clearly, if they were measured objectively against other member states, would not be in the first rank, but have moved into the first rank for geopolitical reasons. So, you know, to put this rather provocatively to you, I would suggest we've bolted a very fast in the EU sense, which is not so fast, geopolitical engine onto a very slow normative chassis. You know, and this may not be the best setup for where the EU wants to be. And it also explains why, on the one hand, it feels like, you know, the process is accelerated, but it's also stuck at the same time. It's a very odd, I think some would call it liminal place for the EU to be in. And an aspect of that, I think, is the rebordering. And now the question, I think, has moved not from transformation to demarcation. This is probably where the EU is at. Geopoliticized enlargement is not fundamentally about bringing states in, I would suggest. It's much more about deciding where the Union's hard external boundary will fall. and the consequences of that. So enlargement, in the literature that I referred to there, is more about a bordering technology. The most important decision is not who's going to be admitted, but who's left on the wrong side of the line. And Georgia is obviously a case that finds itself on the wrong side of the line. So for me, I would suggest that we have now this geopolitical bordering logic over a transformative one, but there's a contradiction between them that I think the EU is going to find quite difficult to resolve, and that unresolved contradiction is how I would characterise the end game. The EU, I think, is struggling to decide whether enlargement is about converting states or anchoring them now. It's reached instruments that allow it to avoid deciding also, and is also obviously, and again this was referred to in the introduction, thinking of delivering some of the benefits of membership without the commitment on the EU side. And that, I would suggest, is something of a problem for the EU. So the idea of the deep convergence that was so prominent, I think, inside the Brussels Beltway, promising that a new member would resemble the old ones. The new model doesn't offer that same promise. You won't necessarily be like what the expectation was when you move from being the outside to the inside, and that the transformative process itself, or taking states into a closer relationship now, is how you manage that difference and how you do it, and at what scale. And I want to talk about what I see as some of the pitfalls that I think there. What's clear to me, and this is one of the things that I think has become very settled over the last little while, is that the EU now has developed a toolkit of what I call fundamental substitutes for how we used to think about membership. You get a taste of the inside before you're let in, but the letting in is going to be something that is a bit of a problem, I would suggest. And the taste, comes through things like, what is now a much heightened pot of money for pre-accession finance. This is on the scale that we haven't seen previously. I mean, these are not insignificant sums of money. They are tied, I think if you look at the Reform and Growth Facility, there are about 600 specific reforms which are tied to that money. So there's still that technocratic aspect. But running alongside that, you've also got a very large chunk of change which is going to Ukraine, which is in effect a different kind of pre-accession finance. It's obviously to support Ukraine as a state. It's also to make Ukraine a very, very heavily indebted state. It will be the most indebted state that the European Union has ever taken inside the EU, which in itself is an issue to be managed. So I think this is, in that instance, it is really enlargement policy as a kind of form of life support, to keep Ukraine obviously in existence as an independent state, but forming a different function from traditionally how support for states that are prospective members have been thought about. And with the idea of gradual integration, or staged integration, if you like, now accepted on the part of the EU, and I would suggest, back in 2022, I mean, this was accepted, I think, as a core principle for the way that the EU approaches this. We're moving away from the old binary of inside and outside. You can be wholly outside, I would suggest, in the logic of this. You can progress through the stages, you can get the sectoral access, you can have the incremental participation. In some cases, it may even be that you get a seat at the table as a commissioner, but a commissioner without a vote. I mean, this is Mr. Mertz's most recent letter that you circulate to the heads of the Commission and the heads of the European Council. But, this to me creates quite a profound credibility problem. If compliance buys you something at each step, then what does this do for the incentive structure in terms of complying if you move further along this road? Will it be ratcheted back? Will you lose some of these things that you've got or not? And this, I would suggest, leads us then to what is the logic of where we're going to, is this differentiation. That the next members, that we will have less of a difference between members and non-members, that the next members won't enjoy the full membership at once. There'll be transition arrangements. There've always been transitional arrangements, but these will be locked in. Transition arrangements on free movement, farm payments, cohesion, and so on, possibly being in without a veto, for example, for an extended period of time. Differentiation is how the EU is already working, right? I mean, it's how it's worked on the euro, it's how it worked on Schengen. This is just, I would suggest, prospectively and deliberately thinking about it as the mode of accession that the EU is now going to take. So the EU is going inside out and thinking about the way that it manages accession in the future in these kinds of terms. But there is a danger in that this could become the sort of default way of operating for the European Union, that it will be a temporary measure, or intended, at least rhetorically, to be a temporary measure, to be giving you something, the closeness, but will calcify into a different kind of structure, because where is the incentive, perhaps, to move things on? So it's possible that you can do all of the alignment, it's possible you can have the market access, you can even demonstrate strategic loyalty, I would suggest, in the future. But you may not get all of the things that makes you a full and meaningful member. You may well end up being a membership light, and I mean light in the American sense of a beer, L-I-T-E, which is a disgrace. But in terms of, off something that looks like it but does not in any way, shape or form give you the satisfaction if you have a decent alcoholic beverage. And this substitute arrangement satisfies what the EU needs for itself, which is it needs a geopolitical sense of how it's behaving as far as the enlargement process is concerned. And it does this in a way, I would suggest, that will logically create a permanent periphery, a ring of states close enough to be useful to the EU, but without the leverage potentially to move beyond that state. And that may well be settled as an acceptable political objective for the European Union. So I think, what's interesting about this for people in the Western Balkans, and I'm fascinated to hear your perspective, there's been 20 odd years when people have been told the future is European, but this future is not quite the European future that you might have thought you were going to get in terms of accession and as an objective that governments may wanted to pursue. And I would suggest from the EU side, it keeps saying so, that your future is European indefinitely, but the instruments that it's now pulling together, I think, are sophisticated enough to make deferral feel like progress. And that's where states will be placed. I was going to talk about Georgia in the sense that, the EU has already conceded for this state because of what Georgia's government's decided, that in the EU language, it's a candidate in name only. And it's not, therefore, for Georgia, a question of failing the benchmarks. It's much more about where the side of the line will be drawn. And it looks potentially as if it will be in quite a different place. So, the EU's logic now, I would suggest, the EU's geostrategic logic is that or its geopoliticized model that it's developing rather, is it assumes a sort of strategic logic will pull you in. That you want to be pulled in, but I think Georgia shows that domestic political agency can push you out. And that's probably the thing that we can learn most from the same case. So you get my argument in terms of where we may actually be ending up. But probably the real constraint on all of this, and this is perhaps familiar territory to many people in the room, is that for the EU, the binding constraint is the internal one. That where we need to continue to think quite hard is about whether the EU is really serious about remaking itself for the scale that the European Union will have in the future. Can it make itself ready for the candidates that it still has to bring into the European Union? And on current evidence, I would say the answer is pretty open, I would suggest, because the the real severe constraints on decision-making, on budget, on the rule of law. Each of those, I would suggest, tightens the endgame in a particular way, which is why it's difficult to break out. I know there are people in the room here that have studied the question of the budget to a great degree, so I don't want to spend a huge amount of time looking at that, but really to make the point that this is one very strong reason, as we're seeing now the EU is going into its negotiations on the next MFF, is it will be a considerable, and as far as I can see, impossible structural constraint on the ambition that the EU may have in terms of enlargement. And the way that many member states have pivoted to this in terms of their nervousness about enlargement is already being manifest, from the Group of 12 report to the Franco, the other reports we've been saying, the fact that this is now coming out into the open from Germany and France in particular, but even from the inside, where Mr. Costa, President of the European Council, has peddled the idea of a narrow version of QMV for technical stages, and so on. The idea that you can work your way around this and work your way around the question of unanimity, I would suggest is something that the EU is working hard at, but because it knows it can't safely enlarge without informing its decision-making rules, but it can't reform its decision-making rules without the agreement of the states that benefit from leaving them alone. So that's the place where it's ended up, and Hungary has demonstrated this most clearly. But even if a way is found around that, and I'm sure there'll be technical ways to do so, and a bit has been learnt about Hungary's veto over the last little while, the numbers, I think, are the killer for the EU in terms of enlargement. And I'll pick on Ukraine for this, because Ukraine really is the essential test, I would suggest, in budgetary terms. Ukraine's GDP per capita is roughly 1/8 of the EU average at the moment, 1/8 of the EU average, as well as being one of Europe's largest agricultural producers. This is going to be a bit of classic British understatement. I would say that under the current budget rules as they stand, this is fiscally seismic for the European Union. It's just not possible for that to take place. And there's lots of work that's been done as to whether you can make the cap work, lots of work done on whether you can see cohesion funding work, and so on, and so on. And there are counter arguments that say, of course, we're growing the market, etc., etc. But I would suggest that there is an impossibility, a political impossibility that you just see working itself out on the MFF that makes this possible. So I think there's a very persuasive case that can be made that there are huge gains even on the economic side, but I don't think these are sufficient to overcome the politics associated with this. And this is a familiar argument, I think, in terms of the accession itself. But it's more acute now because, of course, the deadlines that we're working to, and particularly the way that Ukraine is trying to hold the EU's feet to the fire. But also remember, we've also come through a process in which the EU has really called into question its transformative capacity when it comes to demanding the rule of law on the part of candidates. There's been this hollowing out from within for the European Union. One of the core understandings of what it is to be a member state and what the obligations are is that rule of law conditionality has worked unevenly at best post-accession. And therefore you would have thought that one of the things that the EU has internalised is that it is very tricky to bring a state on the inside to perfect its democracy and then to leverage political conditionality once it's on the inside. I mean, I think this is something that the scars that have been received from Hungary and Poland make this very, very difficult to imagine the EU can do in a serious and credible way. Anyway, but as I say, others in the room may well be here to persuade me that these are not the constraints that I would suggest exist for the EU. So let me just start to draw the threads together and talk about where I think we might be in terms of the post-finality EU and what I might mean by that. So I think personally, the EU obviously has to retire the idea of finality, right? I mean, this was, it's been a guiding principle for the EU for quite some time. The old idea that European integration will settle into an end state with a defined membership, defined depth. The project is nearly there. It's just at the horizon. I think this clearly has gone. And the question of boundaries is much more important as an organising idea for us to think about where the EU is going to be, how graduated the boundaries are, how states are members to different depths, the degree of permanence or transitionality associated with this. And this gets me to my thinking about three possible scenarios, which I'm sure you're going to shoot down over the course of today or tomorrow. The first one, is probably the most optimistic, that graduated union, staged integration works as planned, candidates move through these nice stages, each one gets real benefits towards a membership that generally arrives, and Montenegro will be this nice case that have been, it's a bit delayed, but it's worked its way through, and it demonstrates that works. And at the same time, internal reform keeps pace. The EU reforms how it takes decisions. It's able to restructure the budget. It's able to claw back what it's lost in terms of rule of law. It resets itself. So differentiation is the path. It's not the destination. We've had some bumps in the road. And this is, optimistic. You may feel the events of the last week or so, mean that this is credible. The second possible scenario is what I call the permanent periphery. This is that the EU thinks about and secures the anchoring it needs for its neighbourhood, but without the costly final step, right, of seeing accession that takes place. Candidates remain in a kind of antechamber or whatever metaphor you choose that you want to lose. You get lots of funds and so on, but you don't get to play a permanent role in terms of setting the future direction. So the future remains European, but it always remains European or remains EUpean in terms of where you may actually end up. It's always promised but never delivered. So some start to climb the walls but never quite get there. And then the last, and this is my candidate for where I think we're at, which is what I call the asymmetric union. It's a very messy hybrid of those two. Some make it all the way. Montenegro, certainly, perhaps Albania, let's see. Others, like Ukraine, are admitted, but on differentiated terms. These differentiated terms persist far longer than anyone admits at the start. They will just take on a logic of deferral. And perhaps you'll see this played itself out in terms of creative ways that people think about how you're involved in decision making and all that. And this is where it gets personal. During the Brexit process, there were no serious workable propositions for how to keep the UK as a closely tied member to the EU that came from Brussels. You may be familiar with the diagram that Mr. Barnier had. It was so-called stair, where if you didn't accept certain things, you move further and further down the staircase. We call this the super nanny model. If you're familiar with super nanny, the program, if you have children that are poor, difficult to discipline, super nanny says, I'll come and discipline your children by putting them on the naughty step. And this was the idea that the EU had conveyed. But it was not, as it could have been, membership with asterisks, which would have been, I would suggest, a more politically useful way for the EU in the long term. It was very short-termist. But I think this is probably what the nature of membership actually means and where it will be. But the EU needs to be honest about what it's offering. and states are going to have to think quite hard about what they're choosing rather than stumbling into it. And I think this is the space where we are politically, I would suggest, quite actively at the moment. And my argument would be you end up in this point because the EU finds it difficult to make the necessary trade-off. There are three triangles which need to be maximised but can't be: on speed, legitimacy, and cohesion. The geopolitics demands speed. We need to anchor Ukraine as soon as we can. But the EU's democratic character demands legitimacy. It needs to be credible. It needs to be merit-based. It needs to be believable. But the EU, to hold together, still requires cohesion. And it needs that so it can afford to do what it wants to do and still hold on to the common standards, still holds on to itself. And I would suggest that probably, and I won't go into detail on this, is that you could probably have any two, but you can't have all three. You can have fast and cohesive. You can sacrifice legitimacy. You can admit geopolitically and lower the bar and hope to fix it later. You could have legitimate and cohesive. That is, you sacrifice speed and the patient process of geopolitics no longer permits that. And you can also have fast and legitimate, but you sacrifice cohesion. You admit states properly, but you accept the EU is too large and heterogeneous to act in many ways. The EU now says it wants to act. And that, to me, are the characteristics of the EU endgame, I would suggest. And this is what I'm interested in hearing from you about Serbia and where Serbia may actually be in terms of this dilemma and whether it represents this dilemma in miniature, I would suggest, where the EU wants to anchor but can't transform. It wants to court and it wants to constrain at the same time. It offers partial integration while the prize of full membership recedes and returns and recedes again, but you may well correct me on this. So where are we? Well, we're at what I call chat ACT, which is, that we are constantly and recurrently talking about accession processes, but the geopolitical turn has inverted or changed it in ways which the Union will find difficult to reform itself for, and I think will find itself quite difficult in terms of its willingness to do so. We can just think about some of the domestic political constraints that will be faced by core member states over the next few years. So, I will finish where I started with a photograph, courtesy of ChatGPT as opposed to Chat ACT. It's obviously possible for us to convey, where the EU thinks it will be in terms of the accession process. It is absolutely central, to the politics of the European Union to offer itself the promise that it can do accession to Ukraine as a pivotal state in the way that the EU has defined itself. But I would suggest to you that that's much more likely to remain something that is the product of bureaucratic intelligence rather than the product of a sort of meaningful political proposition in the short term. So I think the inverted commas may disappear in terms of, on momentum, may disappear in terms of the degree to which we talk about all of these alternative models. But I think the momentum and how we style momentum will just take on a very, very different characteristic over the next few years. So, thank you very much.
Richard, I must admit that over my relatively long, or quite long, academic career, I have heard many keynote speeches and addresses, but it is one of the best, if not the best, because it is such a full coverage of all aspects of that what we are going to talk about in the conference, I haven't heard for a long time from one keynote address. So thank you very much for that, Richard. And now I'm opening the floor for your questions. Miloš. You can introduce yourselves.
Thank you very much. My name is Miloš Petrović. I'm a senior research fellow at the Institute of International Politics and Economics in Belgrade, and I'm also part of the program and organizing committee of this conference, for which I'm thanking both organizers. I'd like to first commend Professor Whitman for his very thoughtful lecture. You have raised many questions, at least with me. Are we headed towards an asymmetric union, which sounds reasonable? And also regarding this shift from democratic towards a more political process. So in that regard, I have a couple of questions, specifically regarding the strategic anchoring on the one hand and the deep, how you refer to it as deep convergence or dilemma between the two. So my question would be how to reconcile this dilemma between these two aspects in a way to increase the functionality of the conditionality instrument, which has been prepared for a long time and is no longer working. And the second one, do you perceive the risk of encouraging perhaps a more tactical alignment, a more transactional approach towards the candidates and towards the reforms per se, in exchange for stability, in exchange for so I'm basically asking if is there something to lose in this new approach whereby we're focusing more on short-term or medium-term deliverables in terms of democracy at the expense of democratic resilience and sustainability on the other hand? And are we perhaps encouraging if we perceive this model as relevant, are we headed towards shallow Europeanization perhaps, or pretending like democracies in this region at the expense of genuine Europeanization?
Thank you. Do we have any? Oh, maybe we can combine it. Go ahead. Thank you. Sorry.
That's wonderful. I hope we're recording, because then I can alter my argument, because you put it more clearly than I did. I think the essential difference is that transition used to be about the internal, and now transition is about how we're bordering the transition. So internally there was always transition periods for member states, but they were essentially technical. They were access to. They were even freedom of movement. If you may remember, all of these things have been things which member states took on willingly in the course of the accession negotiations, or semi-willingly, you may say, but importantly, in those cases, they were all for a defined period of time. That when you accept a transition, whether it was on, for the state themselves, worried about the sale of property within their territory, or from the EU side, worries about labour migration, there was the element of you are entering into a contract in which it was clear to you that as membership happened, you would gradually migrate from blue to gold or platinum, your membership status, but it was measurable. And it was a clear bargain that was being struck to facilitate what were seen to be transactional difficulties associated with you joining. The shift is, and this is where I'd see the sort of geopoliticization, that the EU, having swallowed, or rather, having had some gene therapy, right, and got its geopolitical gene, what you're seeing now is that's being thought about much more as a way of managing the politically difficult question of admission or not, accession or not, and absolutely crucially to change the nature of the union itself by accepting differentiation on those kinds of terms, because there will be no endpoint, as far as I can see, that you will not say to a prospective member that's joining that you will get this for such and such a period of time. We may even have parallelism when it comes to programs, for example, agricultural support and so on, which is different from what we had when it came to transition. So that's what I see as the fundamental shift. But to tie your points to Milos's points, I mean, the thing that's changed, of course, is that the EU, in its own terms, would say it thinks and acts more geopolitically. The reality, as you say, is that the EU has always thought about the kind of European order that it wants, and the European order that it wanted was to make the Europe more like the EU, essentially, and that was part of what, the way in which it exercised normative power. Now the realization that the EU is not in the position to do that, and in fact, even more acutely, it's worried that Russia is remaking the order of international relations in Europe, in which the future that the EU thought was available is no longer available, so the EU has to think in much more geopolitical terms to preserve what it's got, but also not being in a position to fully preserve what it's got. It has to think about security in a different way and have to think about military security in particular being done elsewhere. And a killer for the EU is that all of those things were possible in terms of the EU thinking about the international relations of Europe that it wanted, is when it had the United States there as the guarantor of the order that it wanted to create, which no longer exists. And even worse, the United States, or the current administration, thinks about Europe as part of the problem rather than part of the solution, which is what Europeans, I think, are probably finding the most difficult to come to terms with. So to segue to Milos's point, I think in many ways you've sort of captured, what the question is for prospective member states, in terms of the tactical, in terms of the alignment. What do you need to do to make it look as if you are compliant, that you're accepting the project as it's being offered to you? And that's increasingly bled into, security questions. And the key litmus test for prospective members now is Ukraine, and the degree to which you're seen as part of the project to support Ukraine. But also, I suspect, increasingly it will be how you're willing to think creatively about the relationship with the United States and what Europeans want to do in terms of security and defence terms, which is also a very different dimension, because, in the past, the accession process when it came to foreign security and defence policy was pretty straightforward. Right? I mean, this is one of the least complicated dossiers when you enlarge, because you just accepted the EU, the political acquis on EU foreign policy. And let's face it, that was a fairly simple thing to do. Think now, when you negotiate with the EU, with the idea of the EU as a defence union, what you're being asked to accept, not just as what the EU already has in place, but prospectively what the EU wants to be and wants to do, and the security guarantees that the EU suggests that it wants to develop. And whether that's something that you might be willing to contemplate just at the moment in which a state's security and defence policy may be under considerable stress because of the war that we have in Europe and the stance that countries may take on Ukraine. So, you know, the geopolitics now is unavoidable for the EU, but it's a geopolitics that's not the geopolitics of its own making. You know, most of the ways we used to think about the EU in terms of its possibilities when it came to foreign policy, security and defence, and enlargement was its strongest foreign policy tool, right? That's not the case any longer, I would suggest. The EU's trying to balance against the broader desire to support Ukraine as a key component of how most European governments are thinking about their security and defence for the future. That's a very rambling answer, because I'm still not clear in my own mind as to where we might actually end up. But that doesn't answer your question as to how to do the tactics in a smart way. But I'm an academic. I haven't got to worry about, you know.
Okay, if I can misuse my position, just one addition to the question and answer regarding geopolitics and whether it was always geopolitics. I would say yes, it always was geopolitics, but earlier it was geopolitics with some normative requirements, and now we have blatant geopolitics with blatant geopolitics without norms and values and that type of requirements, as we have in 2004, 2007, particularly 2004 enlargement process, with a lot of assistance to the countries to build functioning democracies or political, multi-party political systems. Now this is not a question anymore. Okay, one more question and just information, because we are a bit late. We have a longer introductory speech. We will postpone all sessions for 15 minutes, because anyway we are finishing relatively early today, 5:15, so we will finish 5:30. So don't worry too much, I mean, about timing, but we will finish with that question. Yes?
Thank you, Marko. Milenković. I'm a permanent fellow here at the Institute of Social Sciences, and I'm also a fellow at Science Europe in Bologna. Thank you for the insightful lecture and discussion and all the same areas. I'm personally working a lot on differentiated integration. We'll be speaking about that. So I'm wondering, like in 5 to 10 years' time, having in mind this variable geometry, do you see a place for UK again? And with what that kind of non-membership for UK could look like?
I'm very tempted to take the fifth, as Americans would say on that. But the UK's dilemma is different, right, from the dilemma of other European states, and that's in a way the UK's tragedy. You know, it's too big and it's too small at the same time. You know, it wants to be. It wants to be a significant European power, but it doesn't have the capacity to invoke strategic it doesn't have the capacity to invoke or to facilitate change on its own. So the dilemma for the UK is what's the best configuration to serve the UK advantage, and I would say. The UK is not even off first base in thinking about where it wants to be in Europe, and so the easy answer is just to rejoin the EU. But I would say personally, it's the least desirable. And again, you know, you can we can get into a discussion on that, but I don't want this morning or these days to be about the UK, because it's the least interesting country when it comes to future enlargement. But I think the UK case is instructive in the sense of what we were just talking about, which is really, the number one challenge in Europe is, what is the European security order going to look like? And what is the European security order going to look like in terms of how you can have distribution of power and responsibilities between different institutions and different actors. And we are moving into a place in which you just assess or think about military power. That Germany is going to be a significant military power in Europe again. Poland is a significant military power in Europe. Poland, Ukraine and Germany are the significant military actors in Europe in terms of capabilities. The UK has not yet digested the consequences of that, just in the way that it thinks about the contribution that it wants to make the European security order. And so then to ask it to think about all of those things, and then to think about how does the EU fit into the thing that the UK worries about most, and by the way, it's lost its special relationship at the same time, means that the UK is probably the most intellectually challenged state in Europe in terms of thinking about where it should be, where it should sit, and what it should do. And I used to say very provocatively after Brexit, maybe the UK's vocation was to form the confederacy against the Union. I think that's a low probability possibility on the part of the UK. And actually the interesting questions now are the relationship between an EU which can't deliver everything that it needs to deliver in terms of the European security order, what we need in the international relations of Europe, and NATO, which is Europeans do not have the capacity to move into a place in which it would best serve their interests. And we've got the renationalisation of security and defence policy on the part of some really big and significant actors. And how far does that then bleed across into the way that the EU thinks about how it takes decisions and for what purposes? So, that at that level, I think, we are, as analysts, we're in a really interesting place in terms of trying to make sense of that. As politicians, it's an absolute nightmare, because we don't have politicians who frankly have the intellectual capacity to think in terms of the ordering challenge that is faced. And so the EU answer, which is the perennial EU answer, and I understand why, which is to think about how do we order what we've got in a way to facilitate what we maybe have an influence on, but also to promise something that we can't deliver on. And that's and Europeans will not, as far as I can see, be able to, as a European Union, deliver credibly on security and defence. So that may well leave the space for Milos in terms of tactically what you can do and what you can offer. And that was what the UK thought. It thought because it mattered in security and defence, it had something to offer, and that would be to its advantage in negotiating with the EU. And that was a less than successful strategy, I would suggest.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you again for such a great introductory speech and for the very inspiring questions we heard. I think we started very well, with that session, and on the promising note for the future of the conference. Thank you again, and now we have a 15-minute refreshment, and we will continue with the second session at 11:45, which will be chaired by Professor Zečević. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Please, a little bit attention. I have this pleasure to moderate this first panel entitled The EU's Approach to Enlargement and Geopolitics. And I announce our first speaker. It's Professor Dr. Duško Lopandić, University Business Academy Novi Sad from Serbia, but also with the great experience in practical international affairs, because I said already that Duško was ambassador in EU and Portugal, and of course his work is entitled "The European Union as a Geopolitical Actor and its neighborhood. Please, Mr. Lopandić, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. If you agree, I would speak from the seat, not from the floor. Obviously, it's very difficult to speak after such an insightful expose as we had recently. But I will try to say a few words about my opinion or analysis of the EU geopolitical position with regard to its achievements in neighborhood policies, actually. First, maybe I will start with some numbers. So that may be useful. For example, the annual defense spending. If you look to the combined EU defense spending, all EU countries, it is close to 370 to 400 billion dollars, and this is more than if we compare than China. China is about 330, Russia is 170. And so on and so on. Just another example of this difference between actually de facto geopolitical position and influence on the dynamics, on geopolitical dynamics. We can compare even these numbers with Israel. Israel is 0.5 of the world GDP, and it spends about 1.7% of the share of world military GDP, and we can still discuss the comparison between Israel's geopolitical strategic importance in the Middle East and EU importance. Actually, what I would like to say is that there is the figures don't show exactly the issues like influence or the transformative power or dynamics of the if we speak about Europe, of European architecture as it used to be. This word used to be was used actually in 90s, how to configure European architecture around European integration. At that time, as today, European Union was a central actor. There is it is still a central actor, but this there is a striking impression of the difference between its internal results of the EU on one side and its projection of its influence, power, or efforts to stabilize its neighborhood, which was more or less very limited, as we know. EU is on one side is still a prosperous, peaceful, and strong integration, and on the other side it is surrounded by ring of fire. Sometimes it is there is expression ring of fire of different types of conflicts in the near abroad of the European Union, starting with the eastern part, how much Eastern Partnership was successful, not so much, I would say. How much Mediterranean Union was successful, not at all, from the geopolitical security point of view. And there is a question, obviously, of the future of this endeavor, especially with regard to the enlargement policy. The EU has, as we heard a bit about it, has substituted its previous neighborhood policies with regard eastern flank to the enlargement, to so-called enlargement policy. There is a total change, obviously, of paradigm since 2022 with the war in Ukraine. And first question is obviously why the EU did not succeed in the eastern eastern policies. I would say that if we enlarge the debate to another circle of EU neighbors, which are three middle powers or big powers, big middle powers, that are Russia, United Kingdom, and Turkey on east, west, and southeast, we can actually realize that there is every time there was a problem of articulation of EU policies on a strategic level with those countries. We heard about United Kingdom, while it was for a long time part of European Union, but today it is still not very clear what would be the longer term relations between UK and the European Union. As Russia, we witnessed the process of degradation of relations between, well, some kind of friendly cooperation towards conflicting relations, including proxy war now that is going on, de facto proxy war between Russia and NATO. That means most of European Union countries. And from the third angle of this equation, we have Turkey that is still in a process of formal accession that does not exist in practice, and that has, in the meantime, has changed totally to Turkish geopolitical situation. So I would argue that looking from geopolitical point of view of the interest of European Union to remain a kind of anchor for the from the point of view of stability in Europe, that it did not succeed first in articulating its relations with major actors, and on the second level, it did not succeed also to project its strong economic and the influence, social, political influence on its near abroad, both in the Eastern and Western Europe. In this rather gloomy picture that we are actually now witnessing and looking at, we have Western Balkans that is somehow in the middle. On one side, the EU did not pursue its rather successful policy, enlargement policy with Central and Eastern Europe, but on the other side, it succeeded in keeping somehow stability, basic stability, together obviously with other actors, US especially, basic stability in the Western Balkans that still exist despite all the unsuccessful efforts to transform those countries. We witnessed even backsliding, dramatic backsliding when there is a case of Serbia in the last 10 years of the basic conditions of the Cluster 1 or Copenhagen Criteria 1 as Serbia is concerned. We know today that Serbia is not imperfect democracy, but somehow like a hybrid or autocratic regime with all the consequences that we are facing every day. But still, there is a kind of limited influence of the European Union to hold this region, including the political situation, and somehow this reluctant story about membership that we heard a few minutes ago, how difficult now it is becoming. But again, I think there is a kind of experience that and kind of innovative gene inside European Union structures that can adapt again, as it did if we compare also experience of previous enlargement, not only this in the Central and Eastern Europe, but if we take Mediterranean enlargement of 80s or specific conditions of after enlargement in 90s, etc., or even, don't forget, hidden enlargement of Eastern Germany into the EU in the beginning around 91. They are extremely different cases, and the EU has behaved in different manner. So on the basis of, I think, EU behavior is on one side, strategic interest of those founding members, and especially of the Axis, Germany, France, that still somehow, even not apparently, but decides and rules on the strategy of the EU and its policy on a very deep level, because if we can imagine all kind of transformation of EU, we cannot imagine EU without France and Germany, even today or tomorrow. Their axis is on the basis of EU integration process, and we know that it is not functioning very well in recent years. One of example that is obvious was this conference on future of Europe, for example, that was organized on Macron's initiative in 2020 and finished in 22 with actually no result as institutional changes are concerned. So I would not say something very original, but just to remind that there was no institutional adaptation of the European Union, or constitutional adaptation since 2008, which means almost 20 years. And if we compare to the dynamics of the EU in 90s, which had 3 or 4 institutional rehauls before it was enlarged in the Big Bang, we can understand why it is so difficult for the EU today to adapt for the new wave of EU enlargement. In this picture, the effect of its lack of success with the neighborhood policies and Mediterranean Union policies are just feeling this impression of the integration of the quasi-confederation that is on one side still extremely strong in economic, trade, normative matters, and on the other side is fragmented and divided as strategic decisions are taken, including the timing that is needed. And in this paradox, I would say the European Union is still moving today, and with this paradox and difficulties that are proper to the EU as internal constraint that it has are somehow felt in its enlargement policy, and the situation with the Western Balkans countries that are still outside of the Union. I think that, and I will conclude with this, that enlargement policy is actually the litmus test of the vitality of the European Union. It was the case during the previous decades since its foundation. But historically speaking, we always had kind of a deepening together with enlarging. And the problem of deepening now, that is problem not connected with outside actors, including candidates, but problem with this relation between Germany, France, North, South, East, West of the EU member countries is at the core of the problems that we heard a few minutes ago about how to in the same time proceed or speed with the enlargement policy on one side, because there is new geopolitical urgency, and on the other side do nothing, basically nothing as internal preparations are concerned. We know, for example, that issue of decision-making processes stalled inside the council working groups for years. And that's why we have such innovative, inventive proposals to have in the same time continuation of enlargement, but without internal adaptation, even when they debate budget, as we heard. There is no mention of enlargement at all in the proposal of the Commission concerning the budget for next 7 years. Okay, it will be, the explanation is that the Montenegro, or even together with Iceland, or even together with the other countries, small countries like Albania, are very marginal to the future budget. But anyway, this is the signal, somehow kind of political signal how things are dealt inside the EU, and that's something that is still present without solution, and I fear that there won't be any solution, a real solution, until next French presidential elections. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lopandić. And the next speaker is Dr. Ognjen Pribićević from the Institute of Social Sciences, but also our ambassador in Germany and UK, former ambassador in Germany and UK. The topic is the EU without a strategic vision for the Western Balkans in a time of wars and major social crisis. Dr. Pribićević told me a few minutes ago that his speech will be, exposure will be provocative. I hope so. I like this sort of exposure. Okay, and I give the floor to our former Mr. Ambassador. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Slobodan. Thank you. My thanks goes to the Milan. And it was wonderful to be here, to have opportunity to listen the lecture of Professor Whitman and now my dear colleague about the Lopandić about these issues. So at the beginning, let me say that firstly, political of enlargement must be seen through the broader picture. A broader picture of the world which is completely changed comparing to the world of our parents. In my last book, Different World, Trump, Brexit and War in Ukraine, I described the world through three crises. International crisis, which is so obvious, there is no need to talk about this. Crisis of democracy, look at just American case. Also, there is no need to explain this. But the third one is the most important one. And this crisis I described in a book as a crisis of human capital. Actually, the declining of intellectual capacity of humans. And through this issue, we must look all this mess in which we are. And this is quite normal, happened many times in history, and unfortunately now it happened to us. In last 2-3 decades, EU made a number of mistakes: migration politics, security politics, army building, and it was obvious that something is wrong, but they simply didn't want to accept this. Even many colleagues of us from different universities, I remember very well when Marko Milenković, who is here, he organized this Johns Hopkins summer school, organized this school 2-3 years ago, and then we were talking about those issues, and then I mentioned that after war started 3 or 4 years ago, that the budget must go to at least 5 or to 10%, and then other colleagues said, "Oh, it is impossible." But now even 10% is too low, especially to what will happen to us in next couple of years. Last but not the least is, of course, the enlargement politics, which is completely wrong, and this politics of enlargement, as far as the Western Balkan is concerned, actually opened a huge hole on EU territory. It would be the same if you open the door of your house to some burglars, to some criminals. So they open the hole, and of course other big powers quite normally enter the hole, Russia, China, and now they said, "Oh, how come that Russia is in Serbia, that Russia used to be in Montenegro, or now China?" So they open the hole, not Serbia. Serbia is too small to do some strategic politics, or Montenegro, it is the hole created by EU, and this wrong politics actually gives the EU not very happy title of being the biggest loser in the current world politics. Unfortunately, momentum is lost on both sides, on EU side and on Serbian side. But let me say a few words now about Serbia. Instead of being in EU when on 2000, Serbia remains very backward with a huge problems in area of state of law, elections, democracy, media, human rights, which is obviously from the plane. How did EU, very briefly, defend its politics in last 20-25 years? First, and probably the most important, is the sentence which I heard from Merkel, heard from Steinmeier, Johnson, and many other politicians I met through my ambassador post, is that Serbia has to do its homework. But Serbia cannot do its homework alone. And I remember myself talking about this to Miss Thatcher when she invited me as a young man in '92 to her Conservative Party conference. I was fighting Milosevic regime, and she invited me, and I think she better understands me than, for example, Boris Johnson, 3 decades later, that Serbia is not Poland, that Serbia is not Czech Republic, that Serbia is not Slovenia, that Serbia has huge problems comparable only to Poland and some degree, Ukraine and to some degree Poland, Turkish Empire 500 years, NATO bombing, and Kosovo issue. And that you cannot put Serbia in the same basket as where is Czech Republic, Poland, and other countries. That there is a huge difference, and that you have to behave in a different way. Unfortunately, it didn't work, and instead of having strategy, EU has a politics of opening the chapters. And I must say that when I was ambassador and my colleagues from different countries wants to talk about chapters, I said, I'm not talking about the chapters. I'm talking about politics, strategy, and if you want to talk about chapters, then you are going to talk to my associates. You know, there is a difference between strategy, politics, and these things, which chapters are very important, of course. And it was brilliant what Professor Whitman, how he described all this in politics, but it is a strategy. Why all this mess happened? Unfortunately, because of lack of intellectual capacities. There is no strategy. There is no politics. And the problem is, what I have said, that we as humans, we have a huge problem with the declining of intellectual capacity. And the leaders cannot be different, very different from the people. And we have this discrepancy between technology, which goes to the sky, and our intellectual capacities. And that's why, a footnote, in my book I describe the time where we are living now as a contemporary middle age. This is my view. EU and leaders, and for example, I had just again small footnote, opportunity to talk with Margaret Thatcher, politician with such a strong view. I personally disagree with most things she was talking, but it was the idea, view, politics, and Boris Johnson. Just compare those two leaders, and it will be obvious to everyone where we are now. And we are now, as far as the EU is concerned, in a situation where basically they do not understand that the world is changed completely. There is no old system of values. People are different. And what are the main characteristics is the war and violence. Those two and violence inside the states and between the states. And again, it happens quite often in the history. Many colleagues of us are making a number of comparisons with decline, of course, with the Roman Empire, because everybody is still impressed by Roman Empire. And really there are a lot of things you may compare between our time and the time of old Rome people. So we are obviously in a process of decadence in the EU, and in Europe and in America as well. So in spite of the war in Ukraine, which I think it will be the time to bring Serbia and Western Balkan countries immediately, they didn't do this, and momentum is again gone. At the end, what I would like to say is about the French-German proposal. First of all, this is a very old proposal, and founder of this proposal is a very good friend of mine, Professor Lothar Altmann from Berlin, and now he is more than 10 years in Bucharest. You know, and we were talking while I was ambassador there 20 and more years ago about this junior status and senior status, and we really spent hours and hours talking about his idea. He is the founder of this idea, and I was very critical towards this idea, but now I think this is the best what Europe can do. They can't do better. So they offer this. This proposal is so and so, but this is the only one we have. And it shows at least effort of EU people to accommodate to the new situation, which is mainly, again, to stress again, characterized by wars, geography, maps. This is our moment where we are living. At the end, the question, what EU should have done, for me, as I said, it was obvious, include Serbia and Western Balkan countries immediately, and by doing this, to seal off your borders. So to show to Russia and China, this is our territory. Unfortunately, didn't happen in our case, but it happened in case, what I think Marko said or Whitman, the case of Romania and Bulgaria. How they enter the EU? Over the night. United States, as the most influential member of EU, they probably didn't even tell to Brussels that these countries will go in. Simply, they probably phoned State Secretary, these two countries will be member tomorrow, and EU said, yes, of course. And that's how politics are made. That's how should be made. You know, simply you move, you do big things over the night. You know, and Romania and Bulgaria became the member in a time when they were not more advanced than Serbia, if at all. If at all. And this is the way how politics should be done. So, as I said, I think this is not a great thing what we heard from Germans and France, but this is the best they can do, and we have to accept it. And the very last sentence is that in spite of all critics towards the EU, I have, as I said hundreds times to media, you know, in spite of everything, EU is still and will be the best place to live in. There is no doubt about this, having in mind the social system, security system, health system, all together, and having in mind all important aspects of our life. There is no place can be compared with Europe and European Union. So that's why we are in Serbia still hoping that we will be the member of EU. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pribićević. It was a very interesting speech, and also some eternal question maybe we can discuss after about if the European Union is the train with the first-class passengers and the second-class passengers, and also if we can have a European Union à la carte, like British sometimes when they was member of the European Union, they thought they can choose some aspects of the European Union and the others they can ignore. Okay, it's all that questions are very, very interesting, but we move further. Now, next speaker is Dr. Milan Igrutinović from the Institute of European Studies, Deputy Director of the Institute. His topic is policy priorities in flux, EU enlargement in a continental polycrisis. Please, Milan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Director. Thank you all for being here today and hopefully tomorrow. There's a lot to digest after Professors Whitman and Duško, Lopandić and Ognjen Pribićević. I'll try to keep things more on the policy side, even though I kind of agree the kind of erosion of intellectual capacity might be the thing we are looking at, and but missing it in our analysis. My paper, my topic starts from two premises. One is that there is an ongoing polycrisis in Europe. It doesn't mean much, it's a catchy word, it's omnipresent in media, in analysis, in even academic articles. And that there are specific issues with enlargement, and I'll try to bring and to bridge the gap between those two pillars of understanding and of analysis, and to offer a few thoughts as analysis for the current state and for the near future of the enlargement process as it stands now. Now, as I said, polycrisis is a catchy term, but some academics have tried to kind of put a definition on it and try to discern more what is truly going on. I'm referring to a paper from last year, Francesco Nicoli, Jonathan Zeitlin, called EU Integration Pathways Beyond the Polycrisis. They wrote a book a few months after that. What they define the polycrisis as a simultaneous occurrence and or temporal overlap of crises that affect participants within the governance structure, that can be a crisis that can be attributed to specific sources, to distinct sources, that impact different or several policy fields all at once, and that have reciprocal consequences for one another that are resulting either in positive but more usually in negative interdependencies. Now, they understand that the notion is that the EU is in polycrisis from around 2016. They put Brexit kind of as a starting point for this analysis. And these polycrises are both internal and external. Internal, these are cascading economic shocks. So the lingering effects of the global economic crisis that have never been fully remedied, with the effects of COVID pandemic that has kind of risen, if nothing else, risen the level of inflations and public death. The rising competition, most notably from China, that has reduced the EU's share of global GDP even further, and that internal economic disbalance is kind of showing their ugly head, and of course the Russian war on Ukraine with its economic consequences and the lack of, well, say, cheap Russian gas, especially for the German industrial machine, has its own specific consequences. That's one thing. And the second is, of course, the problems in internal governance structure within the EU, and the lack of clear solutions or a lack of clear agreements on how to deal with it. External shocks are kind of obvious. Russian war on Ukraine is one. Crises that have been gathering on the North Africa Sahel region that have created migration crisis over the last 10 or 15 years. ISIS is not a threat anymore, but for 5 or 6 years it was a perennial threat, even to security in Europe itself. We know about all of those terrorist attacks. And Duško was speaking about it, but there's also the term arc of instability that went all the way through Russia and the Middle East, across Northern Africa, as the Mediterranean was of course a source of instability and of security concerns. Neither of which crisis the EU has managed to put itself in a driving seat and to manage the crisis kind of in its own way and to shape it in its own form and to offer any specific solutions. It kind of remedied them just a little bit on a humanitarian level, but on a wider political level that has never managed to grapple with this crisis. Now, of course, with Trump's administration, the first one, and more specifically with the second one, there's a huge and ongoing challenge, which is now very specifically ideological. It is a novelty for the EU and has specific consequences on so many levels, of course, but on the EU enlargement itself. Now, the authors who have kind of trying to discern what a polycrisis is, how it is affects, they have a term that's called polycleavages. So they are cross-cutting divisions on concurrent but distinct policy issues that polarize member states and their citizens asymmetrically and simultaneously, thereby constraining the EU Union's capacity to reach lasting or even stopgap solutions to urgent problems. In preparing for this kind of presentation, I identified 7 specific polycleavages that of the effects of polycrisis on the enlargement policy. These are first, there is no structured political debate on institutional reform. Now it's kind of common knowledge that I mean, even the Lisbon Treaty was a kind of stopgap or plan B after the failed process of bringing European constitution. With the sovereign debt crisis, that was kind of European name of the global economic crisis, and the idea and the need, well, Germans might not think so, but the need for fiscal union, of course, the ever-going debate on how to create, can there be a common debt issuance, which was, of course, strongly and ever firmly rejected by Berlin. Issues of voting and veto rights in general, and more specifically on the EU enlargement issue, which then trickles down to the question whether any new member states would have any of these rights within the new structure. The problem is that there is no structured debate within the EU on itself, so it's always a cacophony of voices. This non-paper, the other non-paper, memoranda, opinion pieces, president of this country says this, Prime Minister, German Chancellor, Macron. You can get it's a constant flow of ideas, and none of these ideas kind of stick, because there is no agreement. There is no agreement how to change things, but there is not an agreement, but understanding that things need to be changed. Now, I've been a co-author in a paper two years ago on the enlargement topic within 2024 European Parliament debate, and the huge common point was that while the enlargement topic has been brought back in focus, because in 2019 elections it was completely left outside the scope. It was brought back to focus, but says yes, but only after the EU gets ready, after the EU finishes its own reforms. What reforms, we might ask? We can pick and choose, but we don't have any structure that deals with it, not a timetable, not a functioning ideas. And then you have like France and Germany who want to be a motor, who can rarely agree on the issues at hand. They did agree on the last non-paper just for the Tivat summit 10 days ago. Will it last? Will it stick? Will it be implemented in the Central policy field? No, I mean, not even. I'm pretty sure that Berlin and Paris don't know that, and least of all do we. And also noticeable is the trend visible with the French backing of the new so-called new methodology in the enlargement in 2019, that few of the larger states want the enlargement policy, wants their own hands on the policy, so less community impact, more of the larger states, meaning first of all Berlin and Paris. The second polycleavage is the new money for the defense. How much money will it be spent? We speak of huge sums. In what form? There is always the NATO-EU kind of tension, which has to be resolved not only through words but also through money. Countries are still very much keen to keeping their own national champions in arms industries. Russian war on Ukraine is a huge pivotal moment. It's a huge motivating factor. It is a kind of very easy explanation of how to put the public to back up the ever-rising military budgets. But the question is how, on what projects, to what technological benefit, which the American question looming there very large. Whether to buy American weaponry, which is fairly expensive. Does the country prefer keeping America close? It's not the same if you're Italy or Poland. There is considerable difference in those geographic positions, political positions, and calculations. And I don't think the EU cannot answer that question as a whole. Of course, its own purview on defense policies is not that great. It can offer some sort of financial backing for industrial projects, but it doesn't have an army. It won't have an army. All it can do is kind of create political conditions and some sort of political will to solve that. The third one is new ideological and political challenges, and the Trump and tech bros. Let's put it into words. The EU has faced considerable money and influence coming from United States, from, if you like, Elon Musk, and from a few other trillionaires. As one or 2 days ago, it is official, who are very supportive and promote far-right parties within the EU, but also in UK. I think this was the most prominent example of the last 10 weeks, and who are also possibly trying to influence the oncoming referendum on Iceland in August. That is a strong fear that they might influence it, of course, against the EU. Now, the EU is not very suited for this kind of ideological threat. It was used to kind of, I say free ride, that's an American term, but kind of coast on the American support for liberal democracy in its broad terms. That era has now come to an end. A new democratic president after Trump might change these things a bit and kind of stop the onslaught, if you will, also on European state sovereignty regarding Greenland and stuff like that. But the challenge in that terms will remain, and the America is not that much of a one liberal democratic leg for Europe to stand on. Foreign policy crisis. I've listed some of them. The common idea there is it is not in control in any of them. It is not in driving seat. In Ukraine, it has relegated itself to a supportive role for Ukraine. It was never part of the Trump-Russian-Ukrainian triangular talks. It could not find a specific voice, partly because at that juncture it did not see a common interest in war ending either on Russian terms, and of course Ukraine is not defeated on the front line for Europe to say to Ukraine, okay, we'll support you in reaching a kind of deal. And being able, of course, with the opposition coming to power in Hungary, to unlock the latest and largest aid package to Ukraine, it's being shy in discussing whether it can put a politician in charge of the whole process. But it is very, I mean, even if they agreed to, one might think that the countries will try to keep their own hands on the process. Berlin for sure, Paris for sure, and they will look consult with London on these issues. But the point is, they are taking consequences from the crisis, which they are not able to solve, and they are not able to put themselves into position to be a decisive factor in solving this crisis in a way that is useful for them. Economy-wise, there is steady decline in its global rate of GDP. Now, it's a very crude measure for sure, but coupling it with the reduction of countries with a very useful democracy, with the crisis of liberal democracy as an ideology, the whole notion of Europe's normative power, which Professor Whitman was speaking about, the famous Ian Manners formative text of 20-something years ago, it's pretty safe to say that it simply does not work at all. So very few countries will try to look at the EU as a role model. It will respect its achievements. It will try to see it as a trading partner, but it is not an effective promoter of its own values abroad, and it cannot shape its even near abroad. Josep Borrell, who was previous head of European foreign policy, once said when he was to China, we think we have the right to be treated as a great power. Well, you know, if you have to ask for it, you're really not. And that's what was a kind of symbolic issue, symbolic stamp put by the outside world on the EU's role. These problems have exacerbated. They cannot influence US and Israel's attack on Iran, which some of them supported, but are taking economic consequences, which are going to further rise the inflation and constrain energy options for years probably to come. There is also the six polycleavages, diverging interests of 27 member states. They have that's not. It is also common knowledge. It is fully understandable, but they will diverge in China. Some will seek to become member in some industries to become members of Chinese supply chains. Some will seek to curb Chinese influence based on security concerns, based on civilizational concerns, and it is very. If nothing, it constrains the EU from forming larger strategic policies on industry, on supply chains, on energy, on renewables, on the green transition. That is, of course, one of the hype words. And coming to a last point, different focus on enlargement topics. Now, very specifically, I mean, the Serbian case is pretty important here. We have, let's say, three sets of problems that countries say to Serbia when they block our progress in opening chapters or clusters. One is democracy and rule of law and high forms of corruption. For 5 or 6 years, this hasn't really changed. If nothing, it is now worse. And the pool of the countries that block us is growing ever larger. The second, from 2022, of course, is the Serbian foreign policy, that is in relation to Russian war on Ukraine and the refusal to align with EU sanctions measure and to kind of put more effort into that field. That is important for a few Baltic states, to Poland, to some other countries. And the other, sometimes the Kosovo kind of creeps in here, the relations with Kosovo. Of course, EU understands it's a two-way game, and Pristina government is not really a willing player in any sort of negotiations or normalization process, but they will insert it also as a problem for Serbia. Even if Serbia introduced sanctions to Russia, the problem with democracy and rule of law would stay, and it would not unlock any new clusters or chapters to be open. But the point is that countries have diverging views on what things are important when it comes to formal process and what things are important. And while they do talk to each other, it's very hard for them to kind of agree to kind of shift their focus and to be more flexible with that. And would be pretty amazed if Ukraine, in the next few years, doesn't really come into this sort of scissors of expectations. France on agricultural policy, Poland and Germany on security, Hungary on minority. That would be a huge problem. And to come to terms and to come to a let's say reasonable conclusion, I think there is a two-tier game that the EU is trying to play here. One is that at the Commission level, Marta Kos's portfolio kind of has a green light to push for the as fast enlargement process as possible regarding countries that are remotely capable of fulfilling, I would say put a lipstick on a pig. That's kind of too crude, but kind of to put a nice wrap around and something to be presentable enough for the EU to swallow in the next few years. She has the green light to push that, and if it can tout Montenegro or maybe Iceland in a year or two, that would be kind of a success good enough for the EU to say, oh, look, our model of enlargement is working, the integration is working, we are serious on our commitments. Serbia is not it's the largest country in the Western Balkans, but they have some kind of room to leave out Serbia, Bosnia, North Macedonia, and to just focus on Montenegro and possibly on Iceland, which is a specific case within the next 2 or 3 years. But on the higher level, on the level of European Council, there is no agreement how to proceed there. they are still facing this momentous political decision to say, if Montenegro kind of finishes it and gets everything, crosses the T's and dots the I's at the end of the process, there is still huge question mark: will this political decision be reached? I'll suspect France maybe as being a kind of negative player there, and especially if Jordan Bardella wins next year's presidential elections. France is absolutely not keen or interested into EU enlargement. Once Brexit happened, France was left alone with Germany in the EU. It had to very difficultly rethink what the EU enlargement has brought to either country, and with the geography enlargement has kind of connected the countries of Eastern Europe to Germany industrial base, to German supply chains. France has never profited that much from the enlargement, and it kind of prefers specific partners and specific policies. So this is a huge question mark for me, whether there will be a political will in a EU Council composition over the next year or two to say, yes, we can do it. I remain doubtful, because I believe that the weight of problems, unresolved, clusterized, will be a negative way on the decision-making process, and I'll be happy to be proven wrong. Okay, that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Igrutinović. All I can say, when you cannot define your politics and when you cannot take a decision, the world is very complicated for you. And I think it's a problem of the European Union today. But we have some opportunities, because our dear colleagues Irina Ristic and Dan Vukasović cannot come today because of some family event, emergency, and that's give us the opportunity to have some questions to our panelists now. Please don't hesitate if there is some questions in the hall. Okay, Uroš Lopandić.
Thank you, of course, Professor, for a wonderful panel. I'm wondering, this is a question for all of them. Uroš from doing a PhD in political science and national relations. Wondering, you mentioned that the European Union is sort of boxed in by other powers. So there's Russia in the east, the United States is no longer playing the same game it used to play. The United Kingdom is there, Turkey also, Northern Africa is unstable. So it seems like Europe, rather than being the EU, a force that influences its neighborhood, it's now being influenced by the neighborhood.
I have a quick answer. In January 2025, Ursula von der Leyen issued Commissioner Kubilius like a task to perform analysis and to offer solutions for creating a European Defence Union, a kind of ad hoc internal agreement, which hasn't been done until now. The Lisbon Treaty is fairly strict on that, so there cannot be a EU military budget, and the defense policies will remain purview of nation states. Is there a chance to change the Lisbon Treaty, which would require unanimity? That's a pretty big no. I only can imagine that they will continue to pump the money in. EU can support industrial projects with dual use. They have done it since last year with the package of 150 billion euros, kind of soft credits and support for industrial development of army. Military budgets will remain national things with different logic. So I'm pretty sure there won't be an EU army. There won't be a meaningful defense union unless the whole treaty has been changed. We are not, I mean, if there is going to be a change within a few years, we should see ideas for that now, because it's a process. It's not. It cannot be done in few months. So I don't think any institutional changes will happen, and I think just that there will be a kind of a sluggish muddling through over the next several years, and kind of managing the consequences rather than kind of approaching the crisis proactively and dealing with them.
Okay, yes, we have some additional questions. Please, Professor Whitman. It's your... Aha, ja se izvinjam, da, Duško, ajde, izvinjam.
Just to say that there is, as I will repeat myself a little bit, there is discrepancy between success of EU internally that was evident in passing all those crises. It showed a strong resilience to the crisis, and it kept its own internal, let's say, stability. But on the other side, its lack of the success in the foreign policy, let's call it, in the defense policy. However, the difference between Eastern Europe, where it shows good results because of unity, and very unsuccessful Southern policy that is connected probably because of the strategic position between the United States and European Union, between Eastern Europe, vis-a-vis Eastern Europe and vis-a-vis Near East. They would be obliged with the withdrawal of US from Europe, partial withdrawal, that to build something, and I think I would expect, as they did in the past, that they would be partially successful in this. But there are signs of these differences, even this failure of common project of common fighter between Germany and France shows it is always at the end about money and where the projects are going. So it's not very clear. But just to say a final word on the difference between the internal success and external outcomes. To simplify, I would say that the EU as a system was rather successful in, let's call it, convergence policies, internal convergence policies, including political and economic convergence. Despite Poland, Hungary, and all this, but in principle there was strong convergence in the last quarter of this century, which is not the case as, for example, for candidate countries. In the problem of, for example, Western Balkans, that we are not in this convergence machine still. We are outside. We are backsliding in economic terms in comparison to Bulgaria, to Romania, etc. We are losing population. We have been weakened, and even the situation is even worsened because of this single market effects as transport effects or energy. Now with the electricity, etc., we have been we are in danger, as Professor Whitman said, to remain a permanent periphery without solution if we don't reach the institutional and economic solution.
Okay. Yes. Uroš, thank you very much for this question. Very briefly, EU was not envisaged as a military power. Mainly, as I said, it was economy power and the best place to be in and to live in. And this was then, of course, reconciliation between France and Germany. And it will take a time, long time, until they switch to another kind of politics. And the third sentence, no matter what will happen in United States, they will be dependent on US on this. And being ambassador in one of the two key countries of Europe, I'm absolutely sure by saying this that they will be dependent. US, and to repeat this again, was, maybe not today, but was the most important and influential member of EU. Doesn't matter is it formally or not formally. And second was UK, and now both countries are out. So they are feeling they are abandoned by parents and by. But they will try, but it will take time until they switch to different. Thank you for this question.
Thank you. The next question, Professor Whitman, and after Professor Petrović.
Yes, I think that EPC, European Political Community, is fitting together with the growth plan to what has been started already, to build up some kind of permanent periphery to the European Union. With another half step now with the Franco-German plan that is not more than just a repetition of, as it was mentioned, of old ideas with a little bit taste of to be in the European Union as observer in some working group. But again, this is, from my point of view, this is more like a proposal about not accomplish Western Balkans unfinished business than to finish the business. That's my understanding of the proposal, and it goes into what you said in your expose.
Is it crisis different in Europe from different parts of the world? When I said crisis of human capital, even in my book I said I'm very precise. It is crisis from Washington to Moscow, and that's our world, including of course EU. That's our part of the world. Why? Because we share same values, if values exist at all. at all, but the system are very similar in Washington and in Serbia. It's the reality society, and I said in my book talking about this that some very bizarre figures, so-called reality players, became the main figures, and then I listed the most popular figures in the United States. Among 10, 8 are some bizarre reality players, then one football player, and I think Barack Obama was number 7 or something like this, which is a huge advantage for him and politics at all. So the system is very similar, and just one point, why did it happen? One of the main reasons is neglecting the value of human sciences. As Kissinger said, everybody wants to be manager, nobody wants to be philosopher, and this is one of the main points. I think the model is wrong, and this is the model of Thatcher and Reagan. They went too far. There must be some balance in our lives, and there is no balance at all, and now we have this bizarre situation in which this guy Musk became some key figure and all this stuff. So the crisis of human capital is very similar because the system is very similar in our world. Of course, there is a difference between Moscow and Washington, but in many ways, people in Russia are influenced by same ideas, values, and figures as they are in the Western world. Thank you.
Thank you. When does the polycrisis end? Some of its layers are going to probably end. Like the ISIS is not really a problem anymore for like 5, 6, 7 years. COVID is not here, but none of this due to specific EU influence. Now, America might not be such a challenge with Trump gone in 2 years maybe, or considerably weakened after midterm elections this year. So the problem might be solved by American voters, which is not terribly reassuring for Europe. But some of the layers of crisis might be solved, or at some point these crises might not affect these polycleavages that specifically, which would be a result of internal EU debates and creating specific policies or measures taken to remedy these problems. I'm kind of reminded to Ivan Krastev's quip that EU used to be a missionary, but now it's a monastery. It cannot, it has no capacity to influence others, but it has still a capacity to live inside its own walls, under its own rules, and to be kind of shielded from the big bad world outside. And this, we are maybe in a transitory period to a new normal. Will Russia kind of get back on track, if it's a track at all? China can be managed while it's a systemic rival. It's not that strong of a security threat to warrant budgets rise in the military. But what I'm saying, of this political crisis, some things will be answered by themselves, maybe nudged but not truly solved by the EU. And through these minor changes, the EU will probably transform itself, and maybe but we will not see, maybe we're biased. We are used to some policies from 10, 20, 30 years ago. These policies are not, they don't look like that, and their end point is not what was end point like 20 or 30 years ago. And there might be cynicism embedded there, because if you're an EU politician, you might say we need the EU precisely in order to mitigate this crisis, because if you're all left alone to our own devices, the whole hell is going to break loose. And kind of public at large does generally support in Europe, if you look at our Eurobarometer, Bertelsmann, does support more integration, more common approaches to various problems. And I think, politically and cynically, tactically, it's a fairly good reservoir of sentiment for the mainstream European parties or pro-EU European parties, which are still far and wide. To kind of sip and threaten the public with the specific crisis, and to get the support for their own preferred policies.
Okay, Professor Petrović.
Actually, some of that I want to ask already Richard asked you. So it's more comment than question, but maybe you can comment on my comment. So. I understand, Milan, that what you explained, but it looks to me like you are trying to, in a rational way, to explain irrational decisions. I mean, this is something which
Okay.
Just well, I'm limited in not being a psychiatrist, kind of. So this kind of human irrationality, I'll try to put this aside. I think once you get to the bottom of like smaller specific decisions, you get the rationality of so many actors. It's 27 members in the EU Council, so many commissioners, policy decisions. They own work on within their own prejudices, for their own electorates, in their own governmental structures. You get, I mean, once you get into nitty-gritty, you get the details and you get their own small rationalities. Once you put in all those rationalities in a bag, it kind of looks irrational. The rational explanation is they have not found the enlargement to be part of the, I mean, I have this sentence written there here. They have not found the enlargement to be a process that is one of the answers to the problems they face. There are a number of reasons why. I would explain that kind of in the article. They haven't found that they don't have incentives to grab for that solution. Either they think we are poor cousins that gonna spend money, eat their stuff in the home. They are too tired to work to at least kind of clean up the guest room for us to stay. But there is, I think, there is a rationality within that. But then it comes to the governance structure, to the way it's structured. If you have 70 plus, I mean, on every chapter you have a veto point for opening it, for closing it, for every single country. There is literally thousands of veto points where you can block that process is statistically doomed to fail. And they have made it decades ago, decades ago, and they won't let it because.
Several years.
No. Everybody, even in the 90s, any country could block any. I mean, Greece kind of conditioned
the. Invented with the new strategy 2018 and then the new methodology 2020.
But what I'm saying, but I don't see them relinquishing these rights because with the EU kind of being in crisis, they want their national votes being heard, and they want that is that irrational? We might come to intellectual collapse eventually.
Yes, yes, but maybe we are, okay. Sorry, Duško, we are a little bit in the end of this panel. Okay.
Well, I think with the enlargement with the Western Balkans or Serbia, we are in this situation to 20, how it's catch 24. That on one side it is obvious that there is no both what I mentioned, the convergence in economic and political terms and stability, long-term stability without enlargement on one side, but how to enlarge with such a regime that in the meantime, partially because of the lack of enlargement, regime deteriorated almost like a Turkish regime, in a not fully comparable with Erdogan, but we are in the middle of this. So even from our point of view, it's obvious that Serbia in the EU in principle is okay, but now the regime is such that is helping actually all those inside the EU that are basically against the enlargement, as France. Concretely, we can say that France is being dragging, even if they speak a little bit about enlargement, but they are not interested for the reasons that we mentioned, but not only French, there are other countries as well. And we are stuck actually as a country in this awkward situation with the nasty regime here that is not proper at all. We can. That's the same thing if we say, okay, it will be much better for Turkey to be in the EU, but it is not possible. And on the other side, we feel that we need this process because instead of that, we will have a normal no man's zone here with Serbia remaining, and impossible to solve Bosnia, for example, without Serbian, just strategically speaking, without Serbia being integrated, but and also with Kosovo. So we will have this space that will shrink, geopolitically shrink, but still be unstable, potentially unstable for a long time without enlargement.
Okay, thank you. We have some, but I mean, Duško is a opposition politician, but it's the regimes changes, and the situation of Serbia is the same. I mean, that is the problem. We have democratic regimes, and after that another regime, and another party is on the power here, and the situation is the same. Okay, Timo. Yes. Uroš Ćemalović from our institute.
My name is Uroš, like our dear friend from movement, and basically a very quick question / comment for Milan. You're absolutely right that
No, I think generally that part of the French right kind of carries on the policy that is very skeptical towards enlargement as it is, and they paint it in kind of national terms that France did not really profit that much from that. They prefer internal integration before the enlargement as it is. I mean, even Bardella or Mélenchon, I think the result might be pretty much the same, so I didn't really kind of diverge that. It might not be official, and they're not really officially against this. But once you carry on with the policy, that skepticism is kind of grew from a country that was, we kind of want to see a more active change towards the better, the more positive dynamics in that sense.
Thank you. And the last question, Mrs. Chen, Dr. Chen, please.
Yes, I fully agree with you that the Chinese influence in politics does not exist, but in economy, yes. And obviously, some people in Europe are not happy with the presence of actually the level on which China is present in Serbia. So remains to be seen. I think it's very difficult to give now answer where things were heading to and where we will be. I remember while I was in UK, there was a huge business deal between Brits and Chinese about nuclear energy, and when Trump win the elections, over the night disappear. I wrote about in my book about this and talked to media several times that even big countries has to look in Europe what US thinks, and I think it's worthwhile seeing what will happen in Europe as far as the China and Serbia will follow this road definitely. We will see. But you are right, there is no political pressure on China. This is not, I keep on talking about this. Chinese never political pressure anyone. They have economic interest, they follow this, and remains to be seen.
Okay, thank you for your questions, and thank you all to our panelists. Thank you very much. And now we should move to the third floor in our library when we will have some snacks, some quick lunch, and after that we can continue with the second panel. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Before the revised time that we're going to start so we can get underway. And of course, as you all know, this is the most difficult session to present because you just had lunch and you want to go and have a little siesta, but you need to be bright and awake. To help you stay bright and awake, I want to, contrast with the discipline and formality of the morning sessions. I give you a Kiwi version of running a session. So pretend we're on a flight to New Zealand for the next hour and a half, where discipline will still be maintained. All of the speakers have been asked to keep their comments to 15 minutes to allow for common questions at the end, and they have to respect each other, because if you speak beyond that, then you're stealing from your colleague, not stealing from me, so I'm sure that will be fine. But the informality is, I can't remember when I was last called professor. Last century, perhaps, I don't know. But certainly anyone who knows me anywhere knows I answer to the name of Martin, not to Professor or Dr. Holland. So, informality, Martin will lead off and therefore use the informality of individuals. I'll go through them first. Ivan will start on his topic, followed by Jasminka, and then Ksenija and Marko. So in the order of the program, and if you, unfortunately it's not numbered, the number in the programs, but their synopsis there of their presentation. But without further ado, welcome to the second EU's approach to enlargement and geopolitics, session 3, panel 2, and the first paper, Geopolitical Aspects of EU Enlargement Process, Possible Implications for Western Balkans, by Ivan. Off you go.
Thank you, Martin. I will continue with being informal. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank you organizers for the opportunity to be here. And as Martin said, after the lunch, I will try not to significantly influence for you to sleep in the next 15 minutes. But one remark from the previous panel was that is it always about geopolitics? So I am dealing with the geopolitics, and I think that it's always about geopolitics. So having that in mind, my topic presentation for today will be the geopolitical aspect of EU enlargement process and the possible implication for the Western Balkans. Of course, there are so many layers, so multi-layer approach when it comes to EU enlargement. So I will try to focus strictly on the geopolitical aspect, and having that in mind, the paper structure is divided, as you can see, beside conclusion and, of course, introduction. 3 main chapters would be the geopolitical theoretical framework and the context, bifurcated approach, and implications for the Western Balkans. When it comes to geopolitical theoretical framework and context, it is essential not only to know and understand geopolitical theories, but also to place them in the proper context. Particularly when we are discussing about EU, we have to know about the geopolitical concepts and conceptualization of the strategic competitor. In this case, that would be the Russians. And that being said, I would like to emphasize that the classic theories, geopolitical theories, still provide the foundation to understanding contemporary process from the geopolitical perspective. And the classical geopolitical and geostrategic thinkers like Mahan, Mackinder, and Spikeman, which basically were the foundation for the Kennan Cold War strategy, containment strategy, they are still relevant today. And one of the let me say, important things in that strategy was to establish a buffer zone, and Eastern Europe was the Mackinder's buffer zone, but they had different names through the time, from Cohen Getaway region, Shutterbelt, Dugin, Great Eastern Europe, Rumsfeld, New Europe, or Chinese, now 14, previously 16 or 17 plus 1. So the concept itself remains highly relevant today. However, so when you see it on the map, that was the buffer zone. Sorry, I knew that I would do it. So that was the buffer zone in the Cold War, and after the Cold War, a new contested zone has emerged, accompanied by a struggle either to establish a new buffer zone or to move the geopolitical limits from EU perspective eastern from the Eastern Europe, or from a Russian perspective western from what is currently the front line. It is also useful to recall that following the end of the Cold War, so this is just a small theoretical framework. After the Cold War, there was obviously victory from the western side. So there was a territorial gains and NATO expansion which EU followed. We discussed about that in the first panel with 2013 and the last expansion of the EU. But after after Ukrainian crisis emerged in 2013 and 2014, NATO expanded, but the EU did not follow in this case. So what we can see now, that, well, basically for the EU, it was much easier to expand in that period of time before the full-scale war emerged in Ukraine. And after 2022 expansion, NATO expansion again, that was the expansion to EU member states. But why is this important from geopolitical stand of point? It is that change the military neutrality perspective in Europe, which is very significant, having in mind that we are now usually talk about security-driven enlargement process even from the EU side. So I would like just to go to other one. In order to understand in geopolitics, it's always necessary to understand what is the, or let we say, opponent position in the same space. So therefore it's valuable to understand how the Russian concept, geopolitical concept function, and it will help us to understand why the EU is actually focusing now in the enlargement process on the eastern of its borders, not inside. So basically we have here the foundation for the Russian geopolitical concept is the Neo-Eurasian concept, which has 4 phases, and they have in that 4 phases we can establish now that they are somewhere between second and the third phase of the enlargement of the geopolitical concept, which is also influenced by the traditional geopolitical thinkers in the Russia. Not just Neo-Eurasians are the leaders, but in that conceptualization of the space, but also followed by the traditional thinkers. And we can see the couple of arguments in which they have going from second to third phase, which actually that transition start after the emerge of the Ukrainian crisis 2013, when they have all, let we say, finish with the reactive phase from their perspective and go to the active phase to establish a multipolar world or establish zonal pan areas. In the spatial area, so this is the space, so this is the contested zone from the Russian geopolitical perspective in these 4 phases, and when we put that zone, and that concept largely is also supported by several other things, not just the theoretical concept, but also from the practical policy. I mentioned here only a couple of them. One is the July 2021 Putin's article on the history, or the historical unity of the Russians and Ukrainians, but most important is the December 2021 proposals to EU and NATO, USA and NATO, in which they advocated to get back to the lines established in 1997. And then also we can use the foreign policy concepts as documents that can give us a little bit more detail about how they perceive the same space in which EU wants to enlarge. And we can spot the differences in these 3 last documents, foreign policy concept documents, especially when it comes to Western Balkans. Actually, Western Balkans was mentioned only in 2013 document, but it was highly related with energy policy, Russian policy, or South Stream. That was still ongoing somehow, that project in that period of time. But regarding the Western Balkans, I would like to mention one thing here that it is very important. It is that in all of these concepts and documents, the Western Balkans as a region is not actually included in the Russian sphere of influence in these concepts. What we can see in the contemporary geopolitical momentum. So we have that the EU has lagged behind with enlargement comparing to NATO after 2013-2014 Ukrainian crisis. And now that when we put also the Russian contested zone in their concept is also the zone in which EU wants to enlarge. Here we have Bulgaria and Romania are also in the conceptualization of Russian space in geopolitics. They have included that, but here we have that area is the most important for them. And now for the EU, contested zone is beyond EU member state, and first of the importance is Ukraine, then Moldova, and we discuss about the Georgia as well, which is, let me say, out of the process for the time being. What is also important here is that security-driven approaches in geopolitically contested zones shape the dynamic of EU position toward Ukraine and Moldova after February 2022. We had a couple of details of the dynamics of the EU enlargement process that emerged only 4 days after the Russian attack on Ukraine. There was a first move regarding to Ukraine in EU enlargement, and one of the important issues is that none of the, I included Georgia here in the Eastern Trio, none of these countries is without territorial open issues or territorial disputes. So this is the annex of the map with the front line about 7 days ago, more or less. And we can see that all of them have territorial disputes, and a characteristic of that territorial disputes is that still they are not just simply one, but actually involve Russia directly in all of these territories. I would like just to say for the Western Balkans, the geopolitical significance is, not as important for like the eastern flank here, or territories or countries in the contested zone, because this is kind of, let me say, stabilized interior when it comes from EU-controlled area. But no matter what, one of the first reaction on the February 2022 attack was deploying additional troops in Bosnia and Herzegovina in March 2022. That was the first reaction from the European Union, but generally first reaction just, I think, 2 weeks after the attack emerged. I would like just to say that from geopolitical perspective, the contested zone, when direct confrontation with the principal competitor take place, is naturally the area of greatest strategic importance. Consequently, less important regions occupy a lower position in geopolitical hierarchy, and this is also contributed to EU differentiated approach to EU to enlargement policy. So basically, priority is put where there is a direct confrontation with the competitor. So what are the possible, bifurcated approaches? That is I tried to explain how there is a difference in the EU approach to enlargement from Western Balkans and Ukrainian and Moldova primary here. Also, there are a lot of differences in each region as well. But here, I tried to divide it into 4 main pillars. First is why, then what is the main difference, and then how, and what are the consequences from geopolitical perspective. So the why is because threat from a strategic competitor in the contested zone, which is Ukraine and Moldova at the moment, is perceived as potentially existential. So this is perception in European Union that can be, this is a significant threat and can be a potentially existential, versus Western Balkans, which is perceived as relatively stabilized interior of EU-controlled area. What is the difference in the approach to the Eastern candidates? First of all, that is the urgency of securing the EU eastern flank effectively bypass the slower and more conditionally heavy integration path traditionally applied to Western Balkans. So we have much faster accession trajectory, which was also discussed in the previous panel. And the how element is, I tried to use, there are also a lot of them were mentioned previously, but I tried to use one of the latest known paper here, which is the German Chancellor position on proposal that was put forward, and it is expected to be discussed on the EU level. So according to this proposal, a tiered membership model would be kind of attempt to formalize and to minutes. Okay. I will just, we have mentioned this before. So basically there is a different approach to Ukraine in this proposal and to Western Balkans, which will offer the different status, alternative associate membership versus observer status. And the consequences will be maintaining a balance of power in Eurasian periphery takes precedence over the long-term structural harmonization. And the Western Balkans, on the other hand, will remain structurally relegated to a periphery governed by normative conditionality. So what are the possible implications? So we have a wartime political momentum for enlargement, which was a positive, gave the impetus for the EU to enlarge, and that was followed by economic tools, which are good geopolitical instrument, but at the same time that also it is interconnected, and there is again a new model of integration. This again is related to the cluster approach, and now I understand that I'm too much taking time, but I would just emphasize these two geopolitical elements. That is the relegation to second-tier status from Western Balkans comparing to Ukraine, and the possibility to have prolonged permanent periphery status. But the two main decisions when it comes to Western Balkans will be the geopolitical commission decision about would it apply NATO first policy completely to the Western Balkans, because we can see it's not in Ukraine the case. And the other one is the elephant in the room, and that is territorial issues. And I would like just to conclude here the paraphrase of Günther Verheugen, which was the Commission for the Enlargement in 2000s, was that EU enlargement has always been a political decision or geopolitical instrument, and never pure merit-based or technocratic process. But basically what we can see in the future, what are the possible scenario, is that Montenegro and Albania, so more or less for Montenegro now is technical process. It will finish in 2-year time, and after 2030, the question is there going to be Western Balkan? And in core periphery perspective, Western Balkan minus, which will be the Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and for some time Macedonia, will be the EU internal periphery. Contested zone will remain in the focus as geopolitical necessity for the European Union, and it will be security-driven approach to candidates in contested zone, and Ukraine will remain focused not just till the war is end, but beyond. But the biggest issue and the biggest determinant here will be the territorial issues, and it's not impossible, but it is hardly to expect that EU will accept candidates with open issues regarding territory, or that will apply, let me so-called Cyprus model again. And to end my presentation, taking all these factors into account, the final conclusion of the paper is that EU primary achievable objective will be the clear delineation of spheres of influence vis-a-vis strategic and competitor, rather than enlargement itself in the next period of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ivan, for getting us off to an energetic start after lunch. Thank you very much. Now we turn to our next speaker, Jasminka, who will be talking on where are the borders of the European Union, beyond Europe, at the intersection with Asia. Your 15 minutes starts just
Thank
now.
You.
Jasminka, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Holland. Yes, thank you. Thank you, and dear colleagues, distinguished professors, and Director Zečević, and Deputy Director Milan Igrutinović, thank you very much for inviting me to this relevant conference, and very important in the moment after the visit to Serbia, the President of European Council, Mr. Costa, and after Western Balkans EU Summit in Montenegro, and also today is the opening the fundamentals chapter for Moldova and Ukraine. My presentation okay. My presentation will tackle 3 points: the preconditions for EU enlargement process, the 2 geographic scopes of European Union enlargement, and how far EU will go towards the East and Eurasia, how conceptualization of European integration should be rethinking in the process of enlargement, and what is the meaning and importance of cultural identity, and I'll give a conclusion. The French writer Victor Hugo claimed that in the 20th century there would be one special nation. Okay. the special nation which would be great and which would be called Europe. And now in the 21st century we are still looking for answer to the question of whether Europe is geographically continent, nation, political union, or a state of mind, still trying to be homogeneous Europe or a Europe of diversity. And what we think of as Europe is constantly fluctuating. In Article 237 of the treaty establishing the European Economic Community, it is stated that any European state may apply for membership in the community. And there are aspects of gradualism in the process of European integration in the areas of competencies, membership, majority vote, and parliamentary powers. There are also gradualism in the membership rather than depending on a wider membership, except Big Bang in 2004, and the underlying dynamic has been for a smaller number of countries to forge ahead and be joined subsequently by the new member states. And EU accession process or accession of the new member states has never been one-way street. It has been influenced by the external forces and by the wider trajectory of global politics or by international circumstances, and the second by internal determination of the European Union towards the reforms and enlargement, and the third, the dynamics of the harmonization of the policies of the candidate states with the European ones. And the early phase of the European integration developed in the context of the Cold War, and the external developments have been regarded as partially responsible for the so-called Eurosclerosis of the 70s and in the early 80s. A successive oil crisis that led to economic recession in Europe, and there was also retrenchment within national boundaries. And keeping the integration project moving in the face of minimal or even negative economic growth become difficult, and thus the external environment has had a negative impact on the process. The more recent phase of integration has occurred against a backdrop of globalization, and in recent years economists and financial analysts have renovated the term often called Eurosclerosis to zero to describe contemporary European economic challenges, and the modern integration centers on declining productivity, persistent innovation, and technologically gap with the US and China, and widening public debt, also the new energy crisis due to war in Ukraine and in Iran. And the second effects or influence on European Union is the community model or decision-making process prioritizing supranational institution over individual national interests has been a source of EU success, but it was established in a different era when the Union was smaller and faced a different set of challenges. And for much of the EU's history, the most important focus has been generating internal integration and cohesion. And however, the European Union today is much longer, creating more veto players, and the challenges it faces are now often imposed on it from outside. And in the European Union, there is deepening and widening process that means an effort to strengthen European Union internally, at the same time the effort to prepare organization for the future with additional members. The third impact is the dynamics of accession process, which fluctuated in the candidate states and followed by the fall of enthusiasm, which is shown in the less public support of the membership in EU, which is still evident in Serbia, with the support at the latest opinion with 40% and 33% are against, and the rest are neutral. And the reasons for that state in the candidacy state is the EU's increasing and more frequent focus on its internal politics and the search for ways to reform its market in order to stimulate growth and remain competitive at the global level without jeopardizing its social model. And Mario Draghi's competitiveness report published in 2024 talked about this. And the second reason is the new challenges, how compatible are the process of European Union accession and cooperation with Russia, and even more question of membership of NATO for Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Ukraine, Moldova, and I think that I deal with the NATO and Euro integration and the NATO issue. No one country entered into European Union before entering in NATO. And war in Ukraine was the turning point for a new enlargement round, and now European Union moved to invite Ukraine and Moldova to be a part of European Union and give Georgia a European perspective. Ukraine and Moldova, as I said today, open the first fundamentals cluster on fact. And all three countries I mentioned have a dispute with Russia over the territories populated by the Russian originated inhabitants, and Georgia is, as we said earlier, from Professor Whitman, also Georgia is a country situated at the intersection of Eastern Europe and Western Asia, nestled between Caucasus Mountains and the Black Sea. We have Turkey, which has only 3% of its territory as in Europe, especially in the Balkan Peninsula. But the European Union is engaged in the two geographic scopes, the enlargement process and the Eastern Partnership, which are complementary, intertwined, and include in a total the Western Balkans region, East Europe, Turkey, and Central Asia countries, on the basis of shared value and interests in full compliance with existing EU relations with the respective countries involved. And there is a complementary to the enlargement process with the Eastern Partnership supporting effectively Ukraine and Moldova, as well as Georgia and Turkey. Georgia has frozen its relation with European Union in 2024 by decision of its prime minister until 2028. Turkey has frozen also, but accession process, but continue to have good trade cooperation with the European Union. And the members of Eastern Partnership are the potential EU members, and the main aim of partnership or membership, those countries in EU should be to consolidate the Euro-Asian space, and the Directorate General for Enlargement and the Eastern Neighborhood takes forward of the EU's politics in that region and support supporting reform and democratic consolidation, and promotes EU values, policies, and interest in the region, strengthen prosperity, stability, and security in and around Europe. But at the same time, some of them, like Armenia or Belarus, belong to the Eurasia Economic Union, and 2 weeks ago, the president of Russia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, and Kyrgyzstan asked and called on Armenia to hold a referendum on joining or European Union or the Eurasia Economic Union, because they cannot be in both. Thus, the two organizations, European Union and Eurasian Economic Union, are overlapping in economically, also geographically, neighboring with Russia, and the Caucasus has becoming the divide line and key geostrategically point. And in order to accumulate all the potential new members in the new circumstances, EU launched a few ideas about the new internal structure and the position of the new members. In recent years, there has been talk of a Europe of concentric circles, where in the first circle there would be the core, which makes up the Eurozone countries, the second circle the other member states, and in the third circle the neighbors. Or Europe in two speeds, that means which countries can better meet their and European aims. And now, as we heard also, the latest is the light membership version, to be at the table but not to decide. But main question is whether their voice, the candidates' country voice, would be heard. The methodology of accession to EU was changed from traditionally chapters to the cluster. The new name for the same essence concerning the candidate countries. And the new way of cooperation became a European political community created in 2022 as an international forum that connects the European Union countries, the candidate countries, and future countries from eastern part of the Europe and Eurasia, focusing on strategic discussion on security, energy, transport, and economic issues, emanating something like a pan-European idea. And to respond on ongoing challenges which impose the wide geographical area of current member states, candidate states, and potential members, which include numerous countries and peoples, religions, ethnicity, languages, it is important to rethink the key target areas, conceptualization of European Union and cultural identity, or to determine what lies between Europe as a cultural idea on a wide continental area and the European Union as a political concept. And in the theory of integration, the key debates are between supranationalists emphasizing the role of a central institution, European institution, and intergovernmentalists arguing for the continued relevance of the states, their resources, and the process of domestic preference formation. And but whatever one theoretical preferences, most scholars would agree that no analysis of European Union is complete without studying both the operation and evolution of the central institutions and in the input from political actors in the member states. The future question for the EU, which comes alongside with the new members, is a cultural identity. European Union cannot be seen as something that is linear and homogenized, especially with the potential member states of the east of Europe and Eurasia. The geopolitical position of the people inhabiting a certain area is one of the factors that determines its identity, ranging from cultural references to civilization values. And cultural identity is particularly dependent on a dynamic interrelationship with the immediate neighborhood and on the exchange exchange of ideas and influence that come from that environment. At that the point to become whether the European Union is ready to be a neighbor to Syria, for example, through the process of enlargement into Eurasia. Homogeneous or Europe of cultural diversity are used as argue for former French President Jacques Chirac, or whether multiculturalism in Germany was dead, as former German Chancellor Angela Merkel said in 2015 after the experience with migrant crisis. It needs to invest more in a broadened sense of multiculturalism for successful enlargement process towards the complex variety of the East. And
can you
to conclude,
finish, please?
Yes. Next year, the European Union will celebrate 70 years since its founding. It means that the fundamental changes in the nature of policies in Europe is needed after almost 20 years of economic and financial crisis, migrants, migration, the rise of nationalism, pandemic, Ukraine war, instability of the citizen. One of the main three objections to European Union in Mario Draghi's report is Europe does not coordinate where it matters. That means that European decision-making process have not sustainably evolved as the EU has enlarged and as the global environment EU face has become more hostile and complex. And
please, can you
yes,
draw to a close?
thank you, excuse me. And this, what is need for the European Union, the new diplomatic approach for the main European values, but having in mind some essential traditional values of candidate countries in the Western Balkan, in the eastern part of Europe, and also in the part of Eurasia.
Thank you.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to our third speaker immediately. Sanja, who will be presenting a joint paper with Marko, is that right? But Sanja will be speaking. EU enlargement in a geopolitical era, illustrative insights from Serbia. Your 15 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Professor Holland. So while EU enlargement has regained political momentum, the way how citizens perceive the European Union is actually changing. Using Serbia as a case study, I will present several very destructive indicators, but that can show us and that we can conclude a shift from viewing the EU as a community values in the past, and now they're seeing EU as a geopolitical actor. So what is the puzzle? For more than a decade, enlargement was often described as a stalled process. However, after 2022, enlargement returned to the center of the European debates. It is increasingly justified through security concerns, geopolitical competition, and regional stability. These are the main arguments. At the same time, countries in the Western Balkans continue to experience prolonged autocratization. So this raises an important question. How do citizens perceive the European Union when enlargement becomes more geopolitical and less value-driven? So what we have here, we have a change from a narrative power to geopolitical actor. So traditionally EU enlargement was understood as a transformative project. Membership was linked to democratic reforms, rule of law, and convergence with different European values. Today, enlargement is increasingly discussed in the terms of security, strategic competition, and geopolitical influence. I'm not arguing that these values has disappeared. I'm just saying that these geopolitical considerations have become much more visible and more important for the people. My argument is that citizens are beginning to perceive the EU through this second lens, not through the first one. The first one is a decade ago, and today we have the second lens. So why Serbia? Why we choose Serbia as example? Serbia is actually particularly good example and good case for observing these dynamics. Because on the one hand, you have EU membership remains as a strategic goal of the country. On the other hand, we have very strong politically and economic ties with Russia and China in the same time. So the country has experienced a prolonged trend of autocratization also. We have these three three parallel process in foreign policy, but internally we have democratic backsliding and autocratization. So as a result, Serbian citizens are exposed to multiple and very often competing narratives about the EU security and international alignment as such. So what our data actually are showing us. So before presenting the findings, I just want to make a brief on the methodology. The analysis is based on two survey waves from 2018 and 2022. Sorry, we don't have still data for 2026. We are waiting this because the research is going on, but we will have for the publication. So the surveys were not designed as a national representative studies. However, they allow us to identify broader attitudinal patterns and compare how perceptions evolved across these two periods between 2018 and 2022. The goal is not to measure precise levels of the support among Serbian citizens to go to the EU, but to capture trends in how citizens think about the European Union and what are the perception of the European Union. So when we talk about the support for EU membership, you can see the first finding is that support for EU membership remains relatively stable. In all surveys waves, roughly half of respondents would vote in favor of joining the EU. However, this support should not be interpreted as enthusiasm, because we have a very big minority who is opposite of this, but also we have a very significant share of people who are not decided, and they are still don't know what the answer will be if we will have the referendum for the EU tomorrow. So in other words, support exists, but it is neither overwhelming or it's not particularly emotional. So citizen support membership more than they actually believe in it. That's something that we will see in the next slide. The future looks distant. What that means? Well, the second findings reveals a very interesting contradiction. While many citizens would support membership, far fewer actually believe it will happen in the future or any time. So in both surveys, pessimistic expectations dominate. So many respondents believe that Serbia will never join the EU, or it will join in several decades. But this suggests that support for membership and belief in membership is not the same thing. So support for membership is stronger than belief in membership. That's very important. As you see, we have the support for the membership over the 50% of the respondents, but when we talk about what they think that will happen, then you will see that they are very realistic. So when we talk about emotional attachment to Europe, this question captures something different. Instead of asking about the membership, we wanted to measure emotional reactions. So we asked people, if the EU disappeared tomorrow, how would you feel? So the results suggest that emotional identification with Europe is relatively limited. Positive reaction exists, but they are accompanied by indifference and even negative response also. So this indicates that support for the EU is often pragmatic rather than identity-based. That's how we interpret this data. So when we have this role of the geopolitics and going deeper, so if you ask people, do you think that Serbia should join the EU if we need to give sanctions to Russia, then situation is actually changing. So whether the issue is sanctions against Russia or relations with Moscow more generally, support for the EU drops significantly. So it's not the same as the first question of the referendum. So this suggests that citizens are willing to support the European integration in principle, but become much more, let's say, they are not believing so much in the process when it requires difficult geopolitical choices. So what do these trends actually tell us? Well, taken together, these findings reveal a specific pattern. The EU remains desirable, but it is increasingly perceived as distant because people don't believe that will happen. So these citizens continue to support the membership, yet many doubt that the association will happen. So at the same time, geopolitical considerations seem to matter more than democratic expectations among the citizens. So the EU is no longer seen primarily as a transformative project, but increasingly as a strategic actor operating in very competitive international environment. So what this means, enlargement without transformation? This brings us to the central paradox of contemporary enlargement. The EU has become more geopolitically important than it was 10 years ago. But yet its capacity to inspire citizens to values and transformation appears weaker, very weaker. So enlargement may continue as a strategic project, but its legitimacy and transformative appeal can no longer be taken for granted. So what we can conclude after this data? So first, support for EU membership exists, but enthusiasm is limited. Second, citizens increasingly perceive the EU through the geopolitical rather than a normative lens and value-based project. And third, the future credibility of enlargement may depend not only on strategic necessity, but also of the ability of the European Union to restore its normative appeal. We think that is actually crucial, and that's not something we are talking here. How do you to restore this normative appeal? So I would like to leave you with this question. If Europe is increasingly perceived as a geopolitical actor rather than a community of values, can enlargement still play this transformative role that actually has a decade ago? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that new interesting perspective and for the data. And you got us back on schedule. Thank you. Turning to the final presentation of this session by Marko, Rethinking EU Membership, Differentiated Integration and the Future of Enlargement. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Professor Holland, or rather Martin.
Thank you.
And many thanks for organizers for accepting the abstract and including it in the program. So what I plan to do today is to present a part of my research which kind of started in 2018 working on differentiated integrations for the Balkans as a part of the project on Europeanization and legal reforms I coordinate at the Center for Constitutional Studies and Democratic Development inside Bologna. I'm also here in Belgrade, a principal fellow at the Institute of Social Sciences. So my inputs will mostly come from the legal perspective and from legal analysis, so it's always interesting and to engage with mostly colleagues from the political science as in this forum. So turning to the, okay, yeah, right. So how do we go from enlargement to differentiated integration? Not to go too much, I think we have concluded that we have a complete paradigm shift after 2022, but I'm also offering for a debate the notion that EU is probably kind of less prepared for the enlargement than it was in 2004 for many reasons we are going to analyze. So what we are seeing at the moment that candidates are no longer following a common accession trajectory, which is also making it harder to study enlargement and accession itself. So the main question is, can we resort to differentiation to find a legally viable and politically credible frameworks for the future enlargements, what is already seeming to be present in the last couple of years and for sure, in my opinion, will become the future of enlargement. notwithstanding the fact that we still have to think about what kind of the European Union candidates will be joining, as Professor Whitman underlined this morning. The traditional enlargement paradigm followed this line of non-member going from candidate, negotiating for some years, as we saw today, roughly on average 5 years. For Eastern candidates, it used to be a bit longer than obtaining a status of membership, and kind of making the process relatively binary. You're either in or out. However, the political but also legal reality and what was created through the relations and the legal acts we have quite diverges from this model. On the other hand, as I also mentioned, we do have some strong lessons from the Big Bang enlargement. So indeed, it was very transformative for Central and Eastern Europe. It has created internal governance pressures, as discussed in a previous session, and it does have a potential to generate political backlash among member states. So, going from rounds of recent enlargements, we can conclude that all these experiences we have with the rule of law, with the democratic backsliding, lead us to the situation where we do need to have by-the-book reforms in the candidate countries. So even when we remove this geopolitical layer, which is now kind of prevailing, under that geopolitical layer, there is a lot of things to be done and a lot of reforms to be finished, and I am afraid that geopolitical reasons for most of candidates, if not all, are not going to be enough to secure a full membership, but rather some outer circles in the process. So in the post-2022 context, with now three more candidates in the game, 10 in total, we do see what I already mentioned, this geopolitical pressure to enlarge, but on the other hand, internal need to reform, something the EU is debating for over 10 years now, and I think it was also mentioned during the morning session. So the quick question becomes, under what conditions can enlargement proceed, and does it necessarily need to be connected to the treaty change and EU reforming itself? And as we know, there is a vivid debate in EU capitals about it. But differentiated integration is already here. It's our reality. It's a reality of the EU, but it also has a very strong external dimension. So, notwithstanding the internal dimension and all the diversities in the integration project itself, most notably Eurozone and Schengen, in terms of external differentiation, we already have a strong example of European Economic Area and highly complex bilateral relations with Switzerland. Upon that, we already have an energy community encompassing the current candidates, and then we also have a different diffusion of European regulatory regimes through existing association agreements or through other legal instruments that are in force. So, what alternative models between association and full membership we have on the table? And I think this list is not exhaustive. We indeed have a European Economic Area model, which is currently applied for rich non-member states who are participating in internal market and various other policies. Then we do have on a table something which floats around since 2022, admit candidates even if they're not ready, and then allow them to reform later, kind of accession in reverse, how it is some called. It was it was put on the table maybe even like a month after the Russian aggression on Ukraine, and it was also invoked this morning, if I'm not wrong, by Ambassador Pribićević mentioning it as a possibility. Of course, we do have a scenario in which you wait for the overhaul of the founding treaties of the European Union before you move with the future enlargements, something many are dreading in the candidate capitals. However, what is worth considering is actually deepening association within existing frameworks and within the existing founding treaties and what they offer to us, and what can treaties offer and could they accommodate. And I think the answer is largely positive. So enlargement acquis is very scarce, but then when you look at the founding treaties, they kind of give you an instrument to become very creative in how you actually construct this, how you construct these instruments to do activities jointly with the countries that associate. The main challenge remains, how do you then use this legal road to extend or to offer some or even many benefits of the membership, having a main economic motivation to join for many of them. And then we also turn to what we have or what we could have. So already in practice, since the beginning of the decade, we are kind of seeing this approach either through the new methodology or through the growth plan, and this big idea of phases, but also reversibility, which we also still have to see in the practice how it will work. And then we see this number of initiatives which are floating every year or so, discussing various membership and non-membership. But what we really do have at the table, also in this recent Franco-German proposal, which was floated before the recent summit in Montenegro, is this progressive integration of countries into the policies once you pass a certain benchmarks. So this approach is starting to resemble what would be a differentiated integration, which can be equated to European economic area with the gradual movement to the internal market participation. But bear in mind that being a part of internal market also assumes taking much of the responsibilities of the membership and also adhering to the fundamentals, as we call it, of the European Union. So going beyond non-official documents, just briefly pointing to what is official and what was even mentioned in this morning, this group of 12 and the report we had 2 years ago, an interesting document conceiving 4 layers of membership, but actually not seeing at that moment at least candidate countries within associate members who would be part of internal market, participate in 40-something EU agencies and come under the jurisdiction of the Court of Justice. So interestingly, not mentioning candidates in that status, but rather Switzerland, EEA countries, and maybe UK at that moment. So
We'll see how it moves, because recent plans are pointing to possibility of this kind of scenarios. So just to adhere to the time, if we have more time during the debate, we can turn to this, but I would skip these scenarios for the treaty change, because I don't want to become too lawyery and go into nitties and gritties of how you can actually reform the EU even by using the association accession treaties of new member states to change and overhaul the old system. So I would go to the next slide, which is kind of dilemma we are facing at the moment. So on one hand, we do have advantages of faster integration, of flexibility we get because of geopolitical pressures, of possibility to have countries gradually adapting to the Union. But as it was mentioned in this morning by Professor Whitman, every option can become permanent, and every transitory step could turn out to last for a long time. And then we indeed get what is usually underlined in the literature as a second class membership, but we also get this phenomenon we lawyers usually tend to call rule taking without the decision making, something which all position in which European Economic Area countries already are. But again, I would like to stress, even and in every moment we think about differentiated integration options, we always come back to the fundamentals of the European Union, which will remain and will be in the core of the conditionality process. So coming to the conclusions and the next slide, we have definitely seen how transformative European Union can be, and then if you just travel or spend more substantive time in the countries of Eastern Europe, you can see it, especially in economic terms, but also for wider societal change. So full membership is no longer the only conceivable endpoint of the game. We might see a plethora of options in between. Differentiated integration is not any longer just a decade-long feature of internal integration, but rather it's now a consistent part of external relations. So the big question, will this remain transitional or become permanent? It does take long to change EU treaties, and it is becoming increasingly harder with the number of member states. So indeed, we might end up for a foreseeable future in a various forms of differentiations. So with that, I would conclude.
Thank you very much for all four speakers. Thank you. It was a very interesting panel, and we've been very disciplined collectively. So we have, I think, a maximum of 30 minutes to ask questions from the floor. Pure luck. And as was the case this morning, if you can identify yourself, as much for my benefit as for others, as well as which of the speakers you'd like to direct your question at, unless it's a general one for everybody. So who would like the honour of the first question? One here and then here. Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the panelists. I'll ask a quick question of each, if that's not being too indulgent. I mean, to start, I wanted to ask for the Western Balkans, what does it mean to be relegated to second-tier status? for the intra-regional dynamic of the Western Balkans? What does this do to the relationship between states and their ability for, let's say, collective action if they chose to do so? For Jasminka, you tantalized us on your last slide with a new diplomatic approach to the Western Balkans. So I want to ask you what that means, if you don't mind. And to Ksenija, apologies for the pronunciation. What I thought was very interesting about what you had to present was about social attitudes more than anything else. And so I wanted to ask whether you're willing to say a little bit more about whether your sense is the social attitudes have changed since 2022 before doing the survey work, and therefore what is it that you would be looking for or expected to see? And to Marko, and I want to come back to a question that Milos raised this morning, which I've had in my mind, which is what should you do as a non-member state? What should your tactics be? Well, I think the strategy should be what I would call cakeism. You want your cake and you want to eat it, right? So, yeah, I mean, he tried, he failed. So what's the cakeist approach to take? What do you want and how are you going to get it? And I would have thought one of the things that makes life quite difficult for the EU is the Swiss model. But a lot of what we're talking about points towards the Swiss model. The EU would like a nice, tiny, differentiated integration when you're all in a nice convoy. Is this in any way, shape or form a possible model, or is it just one that the EU is not in any way countenance? Or can you turn it back on themselves and to say, this is what we want, here's our perspectives in terms of this is what we want in terms of having this kind of model which is much more differentiated.
To have some sympathy for our panelists, I'll let people answer Richard's 3 questions first, and then we have another question next door, and then another one here. So, who would like to go first?
Sorry, I just mismanaged my time, so I didn't clarify everything. And thank you, Martin, for tolerating me. But second-tier status actually means comparing to Ukraine or to Eastern flank. So if the Western Balkans as a region, well, let me say, lose in the enlargement process Montenegro, then Albania, it will, and having in mind that there is a contested zone in confrontation with Russia, the focus will always be there. And then you are a little bit lesser than now, and you will be controllable area. So you will go in hierarchy on the second level comparing to the eastern flank. So just in the space.
What does it do for the relationship then between the states?
Well, sorry, for the relationship?
Between the states, when you've got states in those different positions and the expectation that you're stuck in those.
There will be always, as one of the presenters said, the emphasis on geopolitical reality. So that will go to emerge or to bring more Euroscepticism within the non-integrated countries. So basically, you will always compare. If you are in Serbia, you see, I don't know, the Albania, Montenegro joining, and you are out, there will be a rise of Euroscepticism. So the division will be bigger, but simultaneously the focus will be how Ukrainian can do that, how Ukrainian can go without NATO first policy. Although it is obvious that the Ukrainian will not be in the NATO first policy circle, and the other one is, I told, the elephant in the room. So the territorial issues. So we have the issue of Kosovo and Metohija, which is comparing, from EU perspective, comparing Ukrainian territorial issue, which is Lugansk, Donetsk, Zaporozhye, Kherson, and Crimea. On your maps, Crimea is not part of Ukraine. I noticed that. So, so basically, you know, but at the same time, if there is a possibility to discuss with Ukraine about associate membership with security guarantees, whatever that goes, how it's not possible to discuss with us, because on those territories in Ukraine you have Russia. So this is the second tier, in my opinion, is due to relevance for the Ukraine for the European Union as the country in the contested zone with the strategic competitor that is Russia, obviously. So we are just behind the lines.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Whitman. Yes, we heard here that the enlargement is the process of transformation, but I think that it is important transformation in the judicial or economic sphere or norms, but not in some kind of the values or some kind of the problems inherited from the past. And by the side of the European, of the Western Balkan countries, multiplied challenges can be overcome by common mutual support, firstly in resolving the inherited problems from the former Yugoslavia and those emerge from the Yugoslav war. And the positive side is that we still speak one language or similar language, Serbian, in Serbia, Montenegro, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Croatia. That means that we can understand each other, and we have common things which intercorrelate between us. And because of that, I think that it is on the European Union to help us to overcome everything, each problem that divided us in order to for easily and smoothly entering to the European Union. And I think that the same goes for the Eastern Europe and Eurasia space region. Also, they have some cultural specificities, common roots, same or similar language. We should know that Russian language is official language in some former Soviet republics, now independent state. And this can, and they can understand each other, we here in the Western Balkans. And this can unite them, but also divide them in the European future. And I think that the question is, can European Union absorb all the varieties and find a mechanism for accession process, smoothly accession process of this region. And I really think that the European Union needs not only the preconditions for entering the new member, but also some diplomatic approach which can be adapted to the region. Yeah, because we know that the core center and the core countries of the European Union was the six countries on the center of the European Union, and this is not the same when the Union is extended or has been extending towards the east. If one day European Union in the European Union be, for example, Kazakhstan, European Union will border with China. And I think that is need more diplomatic approach than the simply fulfillment all the preconditions or Copenhagen criteria to be a member of the European Union.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next.
Thank you.
Okay, just shortly. Well, this shift is very important because if you see this shift, so you can see that you have these two processes going parallel. You have the changing of the narrative from the EU, and also the changing the perception among the citizens of the EU, because now it's not community of value. Now it's a clear geopolitical actor wants something and needs to do something. So people are actually seeing that. And this shift in perception is very important. Why? Because we are losing this transformative power of the enlargement, and that's the big issue. And that's the issue that we don't have answer. And that's the problem. That's why enlargement is the problem, because EU enlargement policy doesn't have capacity and resources, EU as such, and member states to have this transformative, process in the country like we had when we had this big enlargement in 2004. So that's not the case. So they're trying to find the other way, so people can see that. But why this shift is very important for us? It is important to see what this shift means for the people, and what this perception changing that we have, what we can conclude about that, and what we can expect regarding that. So conclude for now. We need more research, and we need the new data, and that's by the end of the month, I hope. But you have a very simple conclude. People don't buy the story anymore. They don't believe in that story, so they will not implement it. So you will not have transformative power on the ground also. So what can you do then?
Thank you. It's depressing, but thank you.
Well, yeah. Well, I will touch upon transformative power. Thank you for the question. Very hard one. What should candidates do? What they should opt for, and for which model to go? I mean, it depends what is your maneuvering space. It's rather what you are being offered. On the other side, yet again, I mean, it's hard to say what elites want. We recently had a letter by the leaders of Albania and Serbia, basically asking for internal market and Schengen membership without voting rights, something around that line. On the other hand, it's not always easy to comprehend what would different model entail, because it really requires a very complex economic analysis. What you do. Switzerland, you warned about anything in a Switzerland model which you would dislike because it's very complex. It actually requires tens of different agreements, this patchwork of bilateral agreements upon which you base your relations, and then you don't really get a regulatory transfer as in economic area model. On the other side, European Economic Area model does work for rich countries which do not require transformative power, speaking about transformative power, and also works for countries which are actually net contributors to the EU budget and are actually not benefiting from EU funds. And I'm afraid for all of the current candidate countries, if we want to see alignment in areas which are really costly, like environmental policy, which is the most expensive one, you won't have much of it without EU funds, because it needs to come from some kind of a cohesion or quasi-cohesion funds from the EU. So, I mean, the model needs, if there is a unified model, it needs to be something new. It has to be something different.
Hopefully you're satisfied, Richard. So, no, you don't get a chance to come back. This question, then we have one here, and then there. That I think will take us through to the end.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Who would like to answer the first or second question first?
Okay. So briefly, well, you don't have a case like Serbia and Western Balkan with China and Russia and territorial issue like Kosovo. So it's not very good. You have different context, social and political context, so you cannot compare. But if you see the support for the EU and the idea to have their country in the EU, it's a high support in Albania, Montenegro also, North Macedonia also, even everything that happened. So it's not, in Serbia case actually is the lowest support when we're talking about the support for the EU integration. But we need to be very careful with the numbers, because these numbers are also the consequences that was not part of the research today, but would be part of this, our big research about EU integration. It is the part of, it is the consequences of EU anti-propaganda. We need to know that we have very active anti-EU propaganda by the ruling regime media for over 13 years. So that has a very, very big consequences, including the numbers of the support for the EU.
For me, thank you so much, dear colleague. We are double colleague as a journalist and as a scholar. In responding to your question, I think that one should start with the question why enlargement, and I think that European Union, why enlargement so far. So towards the east, and in spite the enlargement fatigue which erupts from time to time in European Union, but now I think that we more and more have some kind of candidate states enlargement fatigue. The other side, and European Union. What forced the European Union to go so far? I think that it is that with that countries, European Union can gain weight in international politics and greater influence on the international events and get the new market. And with the new members, the economic power of the European Union grows, but also security. As I said, going to the east, to the Euro-Asia, the main aim is to maintain the security and just to start with the cooperation, with such kind of cooperation which can get or bring to the European Union and this part of the Europe the security in the very insecure time, and because of that we have a special directorium for enlargement and for neighborhood, and the director of that directorate was in Belgrade a few days ago. And I think that why the candidate countries like to be the member of the European Union. I think that it is on the first place. This is the economy. I think that the Central Asia countries also have some interest to cooperate with the European Union. For example, the Serbia, the European Union is the first foreign trade partners. And the last year, the scope of foreign trade was 33.7 billion euros. And I think that maybe there is a practical reasons for the both side to go far or to be the EU member, but as I said, it is the value, the culture, the cultural diversity is also very important to be observed and to maintain that. Otherwise, European Union will be one regional organization as the others. There is no need for some ideological elements but only economical. But I think that European, what is makes the European Union difference from, for example, from BRICS, from Shanghai Organization or such of them, is just to have some ideological, political, and economical understandings among the whole organization.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, the penultimate question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Briefly, our speakers want to reply.
Okay. Well, it's not simple, you know, because it's a very long time. So we are Serbia is in this process for 26 years now. So we have a lot of causes and a lot of consequences. But actually, the biggest I think that the biggest thing is this, that people now see that EU doesn't have, let's say, this carrot, but doesn't have a stick also. So there's on the example of Serbia and how EU is actually have the approach to the Serbian government, especially in the last 1 year and a half, that is quite clear for the citizens of Serbia, that the EU doesn't have carrot and doesn't have a stick. So what you can do then? We know what can a regime do, and you had this picture of Vučić with China, Putin, you know, EU, whatever you like. So that's one of the causes is actually that, because people are seeing that it's not the same game. We don't have the same rules, and actually we don't have people who want to play the game by the rules, and always find a way, you know, to how to not play by the rules. So it's not a good thing, because as I said, because less of the capacity and resources, we don't have transformative power of the enlargement. But also on the other hand, you have people seeing stuff, you know, and for them it's very clear that EU cannot do a lot of things. So they question themselves, okay, why should I go there, and why should I approach to that union, because I don't see that they have a clear picture and vision what they want to do and what they want to be in the future. So lack of vision, lack of political will, and I would say hypocrisy. Hypocrisy in the approach, in the different cases of the countries. That would be the first thing about Ukraine on the one side and the Western Balkan on the other side. That's it.
Many thanks, Feja, for the question about second-class membership, whether it would raise the constitutional questions of the quality of the member states and new member states. Most definitely, and that's actually a part of a debate around the staged accession model, which is floating for some years now. I remember being present at the first presentation of the model when we immediately raised the questions of how treaty needs to be changed and all sorts of question marks it opens. It would certainly help if this kind of differentiated positions regarding veto powers or voting rights at all, because that's on the table in different models, whether they would be transitional, delimited in time, or indefinite. So that's also a question. Would it still create a constitutional tension? Indeed, would we have the request for the opinion from the Court of Justice? Most certainly, and we would have institutions and member states debating about it. But I think it will probably happen in some form or shape through the next accession or redefined association treaties, because we don't know what the reality brings. For Montenegro, we will probably have a rather classical model as we had it so far for Iceland and Montenegro, but it's yet to see, because it's still to be fully negotiated. So we can't say for sure, but indeed, it would cause a lot of constitutional tensions. Indeed.
Quick question.
No, sorry.
Altogether have 10 million people or so. To invent these, different approaches, levels, go to the constitutional change, or just decide, as they decided for Ukraine, to give $100 billion. Okay, we can give 20-30 billion to have Serbia, Bosnia, and Montenegro here, because they already decided to do that for Montenegro, more or less, $1 billion.
Quick response.
Well, for candidate countries, it would definitely be easier if they were for the EU as well. But again, we also should never forget that there are fundamentals and that there is a problem, and that you really need to do profound reforms in order to be ready to join the European Union. Which might not be the case for all the current candidates, and some of these solutions might be a very useful midterm solution.
Thank you on that positive note, and thank you for being such an engaged and energetic audience. So thank yourselves and thank the speakers. Thank you.
Please, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone. I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation. This is the institution which awarded actually academic title to me, so I'm glad that I'm finally initiating some sort of concrete cooperation finally. I think that my presentation will go a bit against the flow today, but it will push certain concepts to sort of different direction, and I hope that in the end I can get some feedback how it sounds to you. Basically, I'm mainly sociologist, and I got my PhD from Faculty of Political Sciences in Culture Studies, and I started to deal with Europeanization from the side of higher education policy, and then my doctoral thesis was research policy. But however, basically I was mainly dealing with knowledge production within European system, and actually I was taking a critical approach and tried to use world system theory, which led me actually currently into trying to apply some of my findings and some of conceptual basis I already used to the accession process. To be honest, I'm really interested into developing more methodological and also conceptual tools to pursue research based on critical social theory, and if somebody is interested, we plan to organize a reading group especially focused on crisis theory, and which is the term we heard a lot today. So let's be reminded of what does it mean in social theory a bit, and other stuff is new materialism. So in case anyone is interested, can contact me. What I wanted to speak about mainly are 3 points. One is sort of different reframing, maybe some information about the European Union that are not so well known, putting them into some of the basic ideas of critical social theory, and against some of the inputs, let's say, that could be interpreted from the perspective of contradictions of the process. And then I would like to present to you 4 and 5th actually conceptual basis from critical social theory, which is focused on interpreting inequality among political entities, social entities, which I mean is very useful to understanding the process of European Union from the perspective of social history, which is actually very important to understand the crisis and the shapes it is getting in this current crisis. So I didn't move dole. No, it doesn't move further. I hope we can, please. So next one, please. Also one more. So based on some of my findings and conceptual material I gathered through literature review, which was very long-term process, I prepared also this edited volume because I started to think through relation between European Union and the rest of the world from this critical perspective. And this book is edited volume, in which authors tried to move forward and alternate a bit this image of Eastern researchers, and as only following what is the main trends within core academia, and develop independent analysis based on application of post-colonial and decolonial theory in the research. But I will tell you more about this book and this decolonial and post-colonial approach. Before that, I wanted to can you maybe put next slide? Yes. I wanted to say more about what I think this critical perspective is very important to understand current crisis, and what I think about is also very important to understand of the political entity such European Union is, and how it's actually is, how it was formed, and how these inequalities were actually generated historically. Maybe I didn't hear a lot about actually crisis and dependency that actually goes into this direction of social theory. So I hope it will give you some some more interesting inputs. What many people maybe forgot, and I understood maybe don't even know, is that Treaty of Maastricht has a sort of parallel treaty that happened long time ago, and it is a treaty actually by which Belgium got independence from the Netherlands. That process actually is very important to understand the core process of formation of the European Union and the structure of inequality within European continent, because I think that it is very correlated, and not by accident it is only like one version of the term. Maastricht Treaty from 1992 is like version of the term, and what is also I think very important for the beginning to understand these long-term processes is that border between Belgium and Netherlands was never settled in that first initial independence treaty, and I think that this core disturbance and instability actually was only built up gradually later on. Also, maybe many, not even many scholars that deal with critical social theory, I remember that not only Britain was the center core country for formation of capitalism and capitalist mode of production, but also Dutch people were very, Belgium and Kingdom of Belgium and Netherlands also were the places where first factories emerged, and I think that this process gradually started like the formation of original capitalist market from there on is one of the things that should be actually we should be aware of when we think about European Union. Some other points here mentioned are also unimportant. I know that here most people are actually coming from different perspective, and not many social and economic sides of the process were mentioned, but that's why I will focus maybe only on those processes. Other point to be raised is this European integration, known as Europeanization, is actually other side of the coin of Eurocentrism, and not many today would debate this actually very unpleasant fact, but it is all the time present, and I think that now is like there are scholars opening up this sort of very unpleasant duality between two processes, which is on one side integration, on other side actually building this strong center periphery structure and actually reproducing it all the time within the process. Can we get the next slide? Why understanding this process from the side of inequality is important? I'm more and more encouraged by scholars in other countries, including Belgian scholars from University of Ghent and some also scholars from the UK who started to approach accession process from the side of inequality, because I think that new insights can be actually obtained by understanding this process from this side. And now if you would like to ask me, am I for the joining EU or not, it's not the matter of joining EU or not, but it's a matter of that also transformation within the process and approach is possible and should be advocated for. So at least 4 basic theories. Dependency is one of them, but we know that dependency actually has origin in neo-Marxist theory, and for approaching inequalities between political social systems and sort of dependent or subjugated or dominant relations. four actually conceptualizations are very important, and despite we think we are very familiar and they don't make sense, I think when we go and analyze literature that use this in analysis, we could learn a lot about how we lack imagination, what else could be done within this process, and what else could be advocated for, especially in terms of economic programs, social programs, etc., etc. So dependency theory, uneven and combined development, world system theory, and theories of imperialism. I'm not going to go through all the characteristics. I believe that most of you remember, but when we go and analyze the process of how European Union was formed, when we are reminded that it is mainly, in the beginning, it was economic process that was leading the political follow-up, and then that most of actually other components of very necessary for building political community are missing, then we really are coming into terms that these theories could be adapted and innovated in a way that could give us different idea what we could propose, imagine within this success and agony. Can I get the next slide, please? Speaking about people who try to think through inequality perspective and sort of imagining different sort of policies and politics, maybe for countries that are small and on periphery. There is author who summarized a lot of literature, and that's really, I know because I tried the same, a huge job. Jelena Pešić from Department of Sociology prepared book Teorije zavisnosti, Theories of Dependence, and it is like for those who would avoid to go through first-hand literature, very useful introduction. On another hand, people ask me when I use the term, sorry, when I use the term European peripheries, many people remember that world system in structured core, semi-periphery and periphery, why you use the term periphery, and I had a lot of responses and huge debates happened in Poland, in many places where we started to discuss how actually sort of different imaginary could happen that actually it does not necessarily goes against EU and creating some sort of relations and dynamics with EU, but it means some sort of dynamics that has different principles that are based on ideas. For example, I think that what is really missing, we see this normative process, but then we don't see social process and dynamics following up, leading up, or happening outside of these top-level governance processes. And I really think this is a huge problem, and not only between core countries and peripheral countries, but also between European Union countries, because most of relations between those countries go from the governance perspective, and this dynamics that is social actually is somehow in the background. Can we get another? So I used the process, I started to think of what actually are the double bind messages within this process, and all sort of contradictions, using the very old term from social theory, I mean from critical social theory. Maybe some of you remember the biggest actually original idea by Karl Marx is that capital is having tendency, profit rate is having tendency to fall. And when I was on Erasmus exchange in Ghent, I was living for 1 year in Belgium. That really actually changed my perspective of European Union, because people observe European Union as one single political entity, which actually is not the fact. And then every country has different dynamics that is actually totally not represented within the politics of EU. And we see that in current crisis, but I will close the presentation with that because it is the 14th minute. We must go further because contradictions, I will try to develop more in the paper about what those contradictions are about and why it is very important for them to get articulated, because it actually brings people involved around the issues that could move the different dimensions of association process forward. And I think it's also very important for the accession process itself, despite maybe you don't see the clear connection. Can we get the last slide? So, despite those four directions of understanding the relations between European Union and the periphery, where we are, my main argument was I'm not speaking about the periphery or the world system. I said European periphery, and since there is no country or group of countries that has lower status, I mean, it is obvious that we are periphery, and despite it sounded for some people insulting in a way or questionable in the beginning. The two authors, I'm very sorry for not having names in my mind, but I hope you can see them. Yes, Cooper and Pardet. One is British, other is German constitutional theorist scholar. They actually analyzed the patterns of constitutional change in former socialist countries with the aim to apply post-colonial theory to post-socialist condition. So fifth and sixth actual direction of critical examination of relations between EU and periphery is decolonial theory or post-colonial theory, and it is actually very popular. So those authors try to give an answer about how whether this entire process could be interpreted from post-colonial lenses, and yes, they think yes, but in the final chapter, when they are supposed to answer whether this is sort of inequality is colonial, actually could be interpreted as colonial, they said no, because all of former socialist countries accepted voluntarily to be subjugated to this change, and this means that actually it is nothing was imposed by power, they are not subjugated, it's their will, so they don't think. So, however, can we get the last slide, please? Thank you. However, we have conclusion still, sorry. However, they opened the question, and I would like also to finish with this. Since this is very obviously sort of insight we need, and sort of actually interpretation of the process that brings different light to what is going on, despite maybe not very pleasant, but how actually relation with the periphery could transform the approach of the European Union in the future, how this could be advocated, and how these other dimensions, especially social and some sort of model of growth for the countries that are on periphery, not only legislative copy-pasting, could be imposed, is a very, very important question. And I think when we look through these lenses of inequality, we at least impose a serious question and try to move the process, at least theoretically, of the enlargement, or I would say of creating community of European countries on. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanja. I will continue with the expositions, and then we'll save the questions for later. That will be more efficient. Next up is Dr. Jovana Tošić with the topic Constitutional Limits of Trade Integration in the EU Enlargement. Jovana, please.
Thank you very much, and I want to greet you all. Good afternoon, and it is my very great pleasure and honor to be here today and to present my upcoming paper, which is titled, as you can see, Constitutional Limits of Phased Integration in the EU Enlargement. Let me just see if this is working now. Not really. Aha, evo samo da... Jesam ovo ja ili... Ne. Ovo jeste prvi slajd, ali neće da... Super, hvala. Okay. So, from now on, I think, as I can see, as we can all see, we will move on to a little bit more legal aspects of the enlargement process, and I apologize in advance if I'm going to steal some talking points from my colleagues, but because some of the things will overlap for sure. But I'm pretty sure that we will have a very fruitful discussion at the end of this panel. So, as we all know, the enlargement is back on the agenda, but in a new shape. So this means that the EU today doesn't just make candidates wait until the very end and then let them in the European Union all at once. So quite the opposite. The EU now uses something which serves as a mixture of the good old conditionality together with gradual integration, meaning that the candidates can get early access to bits of the single market and some of the EU policies before they become official members. We've seen in the Commission's 2025 enlargement communication that this was pretty much said out loud as a message to the candidate countries. Please make progress on reforms, and you will gradually get integrated into some parts of the single market and certain policies ahead of your accession. And the political logic behind this is obvious. EU plans to reward reform in real time, and this will enable people to see the progress and effects of it very quick. But the legal question arising from this new phenomena is, can the EU do this without changing the founding treaties? So that will be pretty much my whole argument, and we will see that as we go further. Also the one of the main points is that if there is no treaty basis for it, this kind of enlargement or phased integration is simply not possible. So we have the argument in brief. I'm making the point that there's no such thing as a partial membership, because we have Article 49 of the Treaty on the European Union as an exclusive route in. However, against this, we have the Article 217 of the Treaty on Function of the European Union. From now on, I will be using TEU and TFEU instead of the full terms. We do have this Article 217, or so-called the Association Article, which gives the EU a lot of room to integrate a candidate country deeply from the outside. Basically, the line between the legitimate phasing and breaching of the Article 49 of the TEU is not about how deep you go into integration. It's about the form. It's about how you do it, actually. So the phased integration is fine as long as it stays external, limited, reversible, and subordinate to the accession process. And we cannot emphasize this enough, and I will use the opportunity to emphasize and to repeat this a couple of times throughout my presentation, because from legal perspective it is really, really, really important. Also, we have a hard constraint on the part of the autonomy of the EU law and the role of the Court of Justice in this regard. This basically means that we cannot just plug candidate countries, candidate courts into the preliminary reference system within the Article 267 of the TFEU, but the EU can do something which pretty much does the same job, as long as the Court of Justice of the European Union keeps the final word. So the bottom line is the phased integration is not unlawful itself, but it must maintain some limits in accordance with the founding treaties. So the membership is binary. That is another aspect of my paper. We have here, again, Article 49 of the TEU, which is the accession article and lays out the procedure for accession treaty to be ratified by all member states and for the candidate countries to be welcomed in the European Union. So basically it lays out a procedure which says you need a Commission's opinion, you need a Parliament's consent, you need unanimity in the Council, and then you need an accession treaty that will be ratified by all member states. So my point here is that a partial use of Article 49 of the TEU is not possible because there is no such thing as a partial membership. So you cannot be 20 or 30% of a member of the European Union. So this is simply not legally feasible. And also membership is binary in its substance too. So this means that the whole body of the EU law, the votes in its institutions, the court's jurisdiction, infringement procedure, seat at the council, all of these things, you cannot just pick some of the items off that menu. So either you're all in or you're all out. So the candidate country cannot, of course, sit and vote in the council, cannot send judges to the court without, of course, entering the European Union, and the other way around, which means that the European Union cannot push its external enforcement machinery onto a non-member state. Again, partial membership in the strict legal sense has no basis in the founding treaties as such. However, we have to emphasize here the importance of deep cooperation. So this means that the EU is allowed to extend rules to a third country, to set up joint bodies, as long as it all happens on the outside, not on the inside. And this is exactly where Article 217 of the TFEU comes to play. So basically this article allows the EU to set up an association with a third country or international organization in a form of reciprocal rights and obligations, common actions, special procedures. I put here a very important case back from the 1987. It's called the Mural case, where the Court of Justice found that association as such creates special privileged links, and the country has to take part in the union system to a certain degree. Also, the thing that makes an association more than just a trade deal is the common actions, is the fact that common actions or joint institutions can take binding decisions, and these decisions directly become part of the EU law. So association is the treaty's tool for allowing a non-member state to become part of the EU's legal order without making that candidate state a member. Also, there is no ceiling on how far it can go. We have the examples of agreements with Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, that pull big chunks of the single market of the European Union. So the question is, what is the association? Where does it sit? My argument is that it sits right in between an ordinary trade agreement and a full EU membership. Also, I put here two examples, successful examples of associations. The first one is the European Economic Area that extends the whole single market, the four freedoms, the competition rules, to its members. Also, it even has its own court that resembles some of the features of the Commission as well as the Court of Justice, and it represents the deepest external integration of the EU that the EU has ever accepted so far, and these states of the European Economic Area do not vote in the Council, have no judges in Luxembourg. Second successful example is the European Common Aviation Area. It was specifically built to bring the southeastern neighbors into one single slice of the single market by having them to take on the rules, of course, step by steps in terms of aviation, of course. So the lesson from both of these examples is that deep sector by sector pre-membership integration is not some kind of a constitutional novelty. It is, and it's not supposed to be automatically wrong or suspect, but the real question is on what conditions you can do this without damaging the EU legal order and the EU's and the integrity of that EU legal order. Now we've come to one of the most important questions and aspects. So where is the line between legitimate phasing and breaching of Article 49? And here I have outlined 4 main conditions, as you can see, that phase integration must fulfill in order to remain lawful. First one, it has to stay external in form. This means no vote, no seat inside institutions, no being placed under the internal enforcement regime, and a good example of a good practice in this regard is European Economic Area and Aviation Area, which definitely passed this test. Second, it must be limited in scope. So you can extend certain sectors such as aviation, energy, customs, some parts of the single market, but it cannot be as same as an EU membership. Third, it must be reversible. So this is not only about conditionality, this is a precondition for legality. If this relationship cannot be paused, cannot be reversed, narrowed, or wound back at any time when a country, of course, backslides, then it is still an external association and not EU accession. Here it is important to emphasize and to remind ourselves that irreversibility is a feature of EU membership and not a feature of pre-accession arrangement. And fourth, it must be this process must be institutionally subordinate. This means that the autonomy of the EU law must be preserved at all costs, and these arrangements must remain subordinate to full membership rights. And here, speaking of EU autonomy, this aspect is particularly sensitive because the deeper you go into integration, the more pressure you will put on the EU's control over interpretation of its own law. Also, the autonomy of the EU law is basically the court's way of saying, of protecting its own integrity and unity of the EU legal order against all pressures from the outside. Here, let me just see. Yes. Here we have a couple of examples of EU autonomy from the perspective of the Court of Justice and its practice. We have the classic case of Opinion 1/19-1 on the first version of the European Economic Area. Basically, the court said here no. The court that was supposed to be set up would interpret rules identical to EU law and bind the EU, including the Court of Justice itself, and that threatened the court's exclusive role and uniformity it guarantees within the Union. The court's reasoning was that even identical wording of the treaty does not guarantee identical meaning of it, because the international agreement must be read in the light of its own goals. Then we had a couple of years later, Opinion 2/13, very famous one, because this was the opinion where the court, negative actual opinion of the court on the EU's accession to the European Convention on Human Rights. Pretty much the reasons were the same, protection of the EU autonomy. We also have the Achmea case from the Court of Justice of the European Union, and here the court struck down intra-EU investment arbitration because those tribunals could touch EU law but could not talk to the court through Article 267 of the TFEU. So basically, autonomy is not a ban on the outside integration, but on the inside it is. Also, we have the example of opinion 1/00. The court, this was positive opinion actually, but some lessons were drawn from this one as well. The court said yes this time because the interpretation and dispute mechanisms did not bind the EU and left the court's job of reviewing EU acts untouched. And also another positive opinion was opinion 1/17, where the court found that you can set up an international tribunal that interprets the agreement and binds the parties, as long as it cannot interpret EU law as such and cannot bind the EU institutions on what the EU law means. And we've now come to the question of Article 267 and its role in this regard. So basically, what is important here to emphasize from the perspective of Article 267, if the EU is extending EU rules to a candidate country or a third country, somebody has to interpret these rules consistently, and this is done normally through the preliminary reference procedure under the Article 267, which is, as we know, reserved for EU members only. So the candidate countries cannot be just plugged into the Article 267 of the TFEU. This article gives the power to refer to a court or tribunal of a member states, and the Court of Justice interprets this very strictly and carefully. Candidates' courts, by definition, are not member states' courts, of course, so you would either need a treaty change or you would have to bend the meaning of this Article 267 of the TFEU regarding the preliminary reference, and this is against the very binary nature of the EU membership. However, let me just see if this is on this slide. No, it's this one, sorry. However, there is a way through. The autonomy case law shows us actually that there is a functional equivalent, and that can be done through the association agreements. Association agreements can set up machinery inspired by the logic of opinions 1/00 and 1/17, and also inspired by the European Economic Area system and so on. So basically, if it is inspired by all these positive examples, the EU can find a way to pursue consistent interpretation while leaving the court's authority over the EU law untouched or intact. The candidates' courts and the joint bodies follow the court's case law, and the courts keeps the final word whenever the EU law itself is in play. And as I said, the examples of European Economic Area through the example of their own court is a great example of this, great example of how some sort of a external court or tribunal can follow and talk to the court to keep things consistent, and all of this is done outside the Article 267 of the TFEU, so it's definitely possible. Okay, so basically this is the framework pulled together. The phasing is constitutionally sustainable without changing the treaties, only when it runs through the Article 217 of the TFEU rather than partial use of Article 49 of the TEU. Also, phasing is possible when it's sectoral, when it's external, when it's reversible and conditional, and also when it's subordinate to the accession process, and finally when it protects the autonomy of the EU law and leaves the Court of Justice the last word. Now we've come to the conclusion of my presentation. Once again, the phasing integration or phasing, it's definitely not contrary to the founding treaties, but must be done very carefully considering all these legal aspects that I've mentioned. Once again, to conclude, Article 49 of the TEU is the only way to EU membership, and there is no such thing as a partial membership. But on the other hand, we have Article 217 of the TFEU that opens a wide external space where candidate countries can be deeply integrated into some parts of the EU legal order. And the limits are not about depth, they're about form. Phasing can work when it's external, limited, reversible, subordinate, and respectful of the autonomy of the EU law and the court's monopoly over interpretation of the EU law. And that would be all. I'm very much looking forward to the questions after this, and I give floor to my colleague.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, Jovana. It cleared up many dilemmas I had. I'm not an expert on the field, but I'm sure at least the conclusion had a synthetic value for our understanding on what could happen in the near future. We move on. Uroš will have to bear the full load of the presentation, which he had prepared with his co-author, which is Milica, our colleague. She is not here today, so you're on your own. What can I say? Conditionality in the EU accession process, from a normative daydream to the implementation realities. Now let the reality kick in.
Thank you, Milan. Donja. Okay, so hello everyone. I suppose you are already I just said hello everyone. I suppose that you are relatively tired, so I'll be brief, not less than 30 minutes. Joking. It's going to be very brief, especially given that we are not fully respecting the time, and you are certainly eager, those of you who are not from Belgrade, to discover the city, to do other things than listen to the boring lawyers here. First of all, I have to thank here present Mr. Miloš Petrović, former editor-in-chief of a journal for which Milica Ilić, our dear colleague from the Institute, and myself prepare an article for. So he had the good intention to propose our article, our topic, to the organizers of this conference, who were preparing it in a way that I was not entirely aware that it will take place, when it will take place, and how it will take place. So, Miloš, thank you to getting me in touch with my own colleagues. It was very nice of you. Milica prepared a very detailed, 8 minutes lasting video presentation about her part of the article. How we proceeded? We proceeded in a way that each of one wrote independently one half of the article. So this is I think the fair way to do so. No one bear the bigger burden of writing or thinking about how shall we proceed. But given that I really want to give the opportunity to our dear guests here and to all of you to do other things than listen to us, I'll be really brief and we will focus on the conclusions. If questions arise regarding the part related to Milica's writing, then we will certainly let her audio registered intervention take place. This is entirely unrelated with the topic, and it left from the other PowerPoint presentation. No, I'm joking. This is highly relevant if we make a connection. My main field of interest and expertise is not EU law in general, unlike Jovana, who gave a very professional, in-depth legal analysis. I am dealing with intellectual property and artificial intelligence. So this was a problem 2 years ago, 3 years ago, when it comes to intellectual property. Torrenting, the things many of you, I'm not entitled to say us, do. Now it is absolutely out of the scope. Now the real issue for intellectual property and its protection is artificial intelligence. So everything is about timing. EU integration is about timing, and the point of my presentation will be that for Serbia, this timing has passed. Thank you, Milan. Topics. Why this topic right now? Covered. the framework of normative daydream. Milica and myself, we proceeded in a way that legal norms are daydreaming and political realities are nightmare in Serbia. So daydream, then law approximation in practice, nightmare. We haven't used the word nightmare in the title of our article because Miloš and his dear colleague from the Institute of National Politics and Economics would not have accepted the article entitled that way. And finally, conclusions. So, why this topic? We all know here that Serbia's EU integration process is at stalemate, a serious one. Secondly, there is also ever-growing hypocrisy on the part of the EU. One of the three co-authors of an article our institute and our institute and certainly three of us are proud of, Milan and Slobodan and myself, we wrote an article about lithium mining and the EU roles in the process of lithium mining and to which extent the interests of clean nature in Serbia were subordinated to the EU's economic interest to do the dirty job outside of the borders and import lithium within the EU. So that's it. This hypocrisy is ever growing, as Churchill said at one occasion. Why do you care about the status of human rights and democracy in a country in which you are not going to live in? So that's the perspective of the political decision makers in the EU about Serbia. Let's face it. Now, daydream. I hate people when people insist overly on what they did in their lives. But here it's probably the right moment to share with you that I was for 7 years in the National Assembly of Serbia, and there my job was to take care about the law harmonization of the all EU acts adopted in Serbia. I stopped in 2012. The year says everything. Yeah. So basically, there is a very big misunderstanding in various ways when it comes to the Serbian legal framework about the EU integration. This, we are lawyers, so boring quotations of legal norms are sometimes really necessary. This article is from the Stabilization and Association Agreement. And it says, Serbia shall endeavor to ensure that its existing laws and future legislation will be gradually, I underline the word gradually. No one took the word gradually seriously. The act governing the process of adoption, national laws, rules of proceedings of the National Assembly, does not know and does not apply this graduality at all. So you are entitled to propose a piece of legislation. For example, you're an MP, a number of MPs, or a government. You would insist on full approximation. No way to say we will gradually approximate if necessary, which is bad. Second element of daydreaming is programming. So it's programmed jointly by the European Commission in Serbia. Till 2012, this programming had some meaning because it was partially fulfilled, 88%, sometimes more. From 2013, it's getting lower and lower. And now the fifth version of the national program for the adoption of the acquis, the new title of this document, has been adopted recently. Problems with programming. Realization rate, 88%. A huge number of laws and bylaws. Then the third and fourth national program for the adoption of the acquis, it went down to 43. And 47 in August, and finally, a marvelous 3% in March 2013. So this is not a stalemate, this is literally total stop in the process of integration. As I promised, rapidly up to the conclusions. EU accession has become and I use here a French expression, fin en soi, purpose as itself. Our political discourse is based on the syntagma put ka Evropskoj uniji, putovanje ka. So, maybe in tourism, the traveling is as important as getting it to the destination, but with all other domains of life, I think it's slightly more important to get to the destination. So, fin en soi, it's totally the case of integration. Accelerated procedures of law adoption are totally devoid of substantial parliamentary debate, or even extra parliamentary debates, societal debate. There is no parliamentary ownership of the legislative agenda. What they put on the agenda, they are governed by the government, which leads us to the totally misbalanced separation of powers, which is important for the quality of the legislation, and a lack of genuine political will to really implement meaningful reforms, combined with the structural hypocrisy of the EU, leads us to the final conclusion that the stalemate we are in is not very likely to be overcome in the near future. So on this positive remark, I thank you all for listening me.
Thank you, Uroš. I can welcome Ms. Jialu Chen, our valuable guest from abroad. I think she easily traveled the longest distance to be here, and let's make it worthwhile and let her enjoy the city a bit after this. The title of her lecture is EU Enlargement in the late 2020s. Does the Berlin process still matter? We haven't mentioned the Berlin process. Is it the foregone conclusion that it's unimportant and over? We'll hear right now.
Thank you very much for having me. First of all, I would like to thank this Institute of Studies as well as our NCRE National Center for Research on Europe. For my both supervisors are here and have given me this chance to present my paper. So my topic today, thank you very much, is EU enlargement in the late 2020s. Does the Berlin process still matter? The reason I choose this topic mainly because my study was actually previously I have been in Germany for many years. So a little introduction about myself. My name is Jialu Chen. I'm at the moment a PhD candidate at the University of Canterbury in New Zealand. I did my master's, I did my bachelor's degree back in China in Xiamen University. And then later I went to Germany for my master's. It is a program called Euroculture, Erasmus Mundus program. I studied in University of Göttingen as well as one semester in Deusto University in Bilbao in Spain. Later I was working in Germany for several years, and later I decided to pursue promotion studies, PhD study, and I found Professor Martin Holland as well as my Professor Milenko. Yes. Because Milenko's specialty was in EU enlargement, therefore I find my topic in Berlin process. So first, I arranged my top presentation according to the 3 questions here. So the question 1, what does Berlin process originally intended to achieve? Second one, what has Berlin process achieved since 2014? And the third one, has its role changed after 2022? Yes, let me start it. So the first question, what does Berlin process originally intended to achieve? The Berlin process was launched by Germany in 2014 in the context of a general slowdown in the EU enlargement process, increasing uncertainty regarding the West Balkan accession perspective, and structural imbalance in regional political and economic development. The mechanism was not intended to replace the formal accession pathway, but to serve as a supplementary regional cooperation framework, which aimed at sustaining the momentum of European integration among the Western Balkan countries. Its initial design revolved around three core functions. First, in contexts where EU enlargement had been downgraded in political priority, the Berlin process sought to maintain reform dynamics and continued convergence towards the EU, whereby mitigating the problem of institutional limbo created by stagnating accession processes. Second, through a multilateral dialogue and cooperation platform, it supports trust building and political communication over long-standing regional disputes, providing indirect channels of coordination for challenges such as Greece-North Macedonia relations, Serbia-Kosovo relations, and in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Third, it promoted a regional connectivity and cooperation project, including infrastructure, energy, and economic integration, with the aim of fostering the provision of regional public goods and advancing functional integration. In recent years, the mechanism has gradually gathered a strong geopolitical dimension, serving EU's effort to maintain influence in the Western Balkans. However, this geopolitical dimension was not as part of its original core design. So question 2, what had the Berlin process achieved since 2014? Since its launch in 2014, the Berlin process has not delivered EU membership for any Western Balkan states, but it has nonetheless generated a set of practical achievements that can be understood as self-governance. Although it doesn't accelerate any country's accession, its impact is concentrated in 4 integrated areas: the political dialogue, connectivity, regional economic integration, and stabilization. First, it has institutionalized a sustained framework of high-level political dialogue between the Western Balkan 6 countries and key EU member states. Through annual summit and regular ministerial meetings, the Berlin process has created a predictable intergovernmental platform that complements the formal EU accession track. While it lacks supranational authority or enforcement capacity, it has nonetheless improved continuity in engagements and kept enlargement political visible even during periods of EU enlargement fatigue. Second, its most tangible achievements are in connectivity. The process has supported progresses in transportation, energy, digital infrastructure, notably through the establishment of the transport community in 2017, which has helped structure regional cooperation in infrastructure planning and regulatory alignment. It has also facilitated practical steps such as reductions in roaming charges, a movement towards mutual recognition of academic and professional qualifications. These developments has real impacts on mobility and cross-border interaction within the region. Third, the Berlin process has contributed to the regional economic integration, particularly through the launch of the Common Regional Market in 2020. The Common Regional Market aims to promote a selected dimension of the EU single market by enabling freer movement of goods, service, capital, and people within the Western Balkans. While it represents a significant conceptual steps towards deeper economic integration, its implementation remains highly dependent on domestic political commitment and administrative capacity, resulting in uneven and partial progress across participating states. Fourth, it has played a modest but meaningful role in political stabilization and conflict mitigation. Rather than resolving entrenched disputes, it has helped sustain dialogue channels and reduce diplomatic isolation in a historically fatigued regional environment. In this sense, its contribution lies more in preventing deterioration than in producing breakthroughs. At the same time, the limitation of Berlin process are structurally significant. It does not offer binding conditionality, sustainable financial leverage comparing to EU accession instruments, or enforcement mechanism capable of driving deep diplomatic reform. Consequently, despite more than a decade of engagement, no single Western Balkan state has joined the EU through its framework. Overall, the Berlin process has functioned primarily as a stabilization and connectivity instrument. It has improved coordination, infrastructure alignment, and regional cooperation, but it has not fundamentally altered the pace or logic of EU enlargement. In practice, it has helped keep the region engaged and connected, rather than serving as a decisive accelerator towards membership. So, has the Berlin process changed after 2020? Since its inception in 2014, it is largely technocratic connectivity platform, and now it evolves into a more explicitly geopolitical coordination framework. Acknowledgement. So this trip was made possible through several grants, especially NCRE grants, as well as the Barbara Catherine L. travel grants. Thank you very much. This is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, dear colleague. We can open the floor for the Q&A session. I've seen Nicola's hands at first, and a bit younger, and then to Professor Nicola, please.
Should I take the microphone?
I don't think, no, that's not waste time. We don't have.
My name is Nicola. That then we cannot explain the process of accession, of granting further political rights and further economic privileges to previously peripheral countries. So this dynamic is what I'm most interested in. How do you see this dynamic resolving?
Oh, well, I'll.
Continue the question?
Oh, and then in the end, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry,
Okay, sure.
it follows on. I thought it was really interesting and really stimulating, so I look forward to reading the type of, but I wondered about whether there's a semi-peripheral in the enlargement process. You know, those states who are further along with the process and play a similar role to the semi-periphery as policy, for example, imagined it originally, that they are, working in a way that reinforces, and whether there's, whether you could use that idea in some way to look at how states, for example, in the region here, are in effect played off against.
Should I answer? Okay. First of all, I don't think the model is completely applicable, but there is something into it. First thing about your question is whether they create this sort of dynamics, whether the fact that certain countries are in a core capitalist world system creates poverty. I don't think it is actually direct causal relation, but however, obviously accumulation of power and wealth keeps being distributed unevenly, and that is a sort of problem, because what we have is really a sort of abnormal situation in terms of many theories and laws we know. Speaking about Marxist theory of crisis, we know that there are many calculations what are actually the waves and how we predict the circle and when we see the end. Many of the variables within calculation in capitalist mode of production ongoing are behaving unpredictable. And I saw in one lecture in Ghent about the rates of growth. We know that this system, according to Marxist theory, is a crown. Legal system has to be upheld by certain sort of social processes, institutions. What we see in practice, and why I think periphery, at least peripheralization, because there is a trend. I had listed indicators of this trend of peripheralization, and why this semi-periphery might be mediating term, but in the end we see that economic production in these countries that are outside of European Union, and actually in many of countries that obviously show signs of hard to keeping up, are showing trends that they cannot produce growth themselves, which means we have on one side these core countries and certain sort of dynamics. By the structure of the system, we are left out, and even translating and moving and accepting all sort of normative infrastructure would not move through things. It cannot compensate the social dynamics. And what we see in the past about these social changes, social processes preceded normative developments since the revolution, but now we see something different. We see many abnormalities while this legal system is not actually disturbed. And in terms of what does it mean for the access and process, I think one important point also from the side of development dependency theory, is that actually sort of a goal is achieved. We are part of the market, and this is position we have. This is what we have. From this, we need to imagine some processes that will be follow up, build up, or are sort of development that could at least replicate certain sort of processes, but this process of accession cannot replicate it. That's the conclusion. And on the other hand, peripherization is very serious, and we see that we need to identify sort of source of growth and institutional transformation, which is not European Union, law of European Union itself and normative basis, adopting just legislative documents that are not related to social reality.
Thank you, Sanja. Professor, okay. No.
Sorry. This is to Jovana, this is not something you said. It's something that was triggered in my mind by what you were saying, which is, as far as I can see, the closest the EU's ever got to Schrödinger's cat, which is with Brexit, because what you were describing in a way is something that is possible came to pass at the same time. When the EU was doing its
all business. But further, in the UK's practice, it's very interesting if you look at how it approached decision making within the EU, that when there were votes called in the council, the UK decided that it would vote in favour of anything that the EU wanted to do, except when it was anything that would touch on Brexit, i.e. when the EU was setting up arrangements to deal with the UK after it left, and they abstained. So it was really, it's obviously, we could say it could be historically specific and stuff, but in a way, it's an exception to the situation that you described, because it wasn't one that was obviously envisaged in the treaties when he was thinking about the process of the state leaving, right? So it's running what you're describing in reverse.
In reverse, yes. Well, first of all, it's a very, very interesting question, because it perfectly, makes sense that you perfectly described it. It's a process in reverse. But I would say that here, considering the question you asked me, the answer could be more of a political one rather than legal. Because obviously, you can see how we can, I'm not going to stretch the meaning of articles of the treaty or the whole goal of the treaty. But yes, you have in the founding treaties, as we've seen through the example of Brexit, and we've seen through the example of what I talked about today, that you can use some of the clauses to you can actually adjust some of the clauses of the founding treaties to your own goals, but within carefully defined limits and so on and so forth. And I've presented it here through this balance, and then at the same time balance, and at the same time fight between the Article 49 and on one hand, and the Article 217 on the other hand. So we see how one article imposes strict limitations, the other one leaves plenty of room for different interpretations, arrangements, and so on. So that's why I said that the answer is going to be rather a political one, not a legal one, because obviously it is possible. Considering Brexit, it is possible, but I would say that what makes a difference, what makes the whole Brexit thing stand out from today's panel, and what makes it stand out in comparison to the candidate countries is that, it's my own personal opinion, is that it's easier to get out rather than to get in. At least it used to be. It used to be. Now we are going to see how things will, how things will develop and how things will unfold. But I would, and of course, the political position of the United Kingdom is not the same as, I would say, Western Balkans and countries like that. So I'm avoiding. I'd like myself not to think of the European Union as a union who has privileged member states and those underprivileged ones, but in reality it is like that. We can see that through the example of Bulgaria, Romania, Croatia, and all of the things that they're struggling with. And another aspect of it is, of course, a huge immigration that is happening inwards and from within, these people not satisfied with their own living standards, moving and resettling somewhere else in more developed countries of the European Union. So I would say that it's definitely a political answer. So first of all, to summarize, the position of the United Kingdom is definitely not the same as the position of the southeastern neighbors of the European Union, including us here. And the second thing, also political one, it was easier, even though it was a lengthy process and it took some years and it was very, very much complex in both political and legal sense, speaking of Brexit. But it was comparing to us and what is imposed upon us here. Just to enter the European Union, it was way easier to get out than to get in. Although the current geopolitical situation could be described as one, more open to enlargement, of course, because of the geopolitical situation and everything else, and the external threats and everything else. But I would say that it's not really like that. Of course, but we can argue something along the lines of phased integration, as I described in my, as I will describe in my upcoming paper. But the phased integration is still not a membership. We're still talking along the lines of association agreements and stuff like that. I'm not sure that the EU is actually, it's definitely not ready at the moment for uncontrolled enlargement, and I'm not sure that it will be that easy with Montenegro as well, even though it's the most developed one, speaking of regions. So I would say some of the colleagues today mentioned the term hypocrisy. I would say that I could use that word now here as well, because what we're seeing are definitely mixed signals. You know, please join us, but at the same time, it's going to be very difficult and ambiguous road. So I hope I answered your question.
Okay. You can, Ms. Professor Kowalski.
Hi. Thanks for all of you for this wonderful presentation. I have a question also to Sanja, which was really fascinating topic and really interesting. Probably we have a conversation about the dependency theory, and I think there's very interesting work about techno diversity, in particular the way what some people call real-time power is actually.
Should I answer? Very important, but I would like to refer to something Mrs. Tošić said about this UK case. We had a guest from London School of Economics, Michael Wilkinson, very interesting scholar, my dear friend and co-operator, and we discussed the assessment politics and policies, and he said, and we asked him, okay, so what example of UK is saying to us? And he said, you know, like we cannot really think in similar terms, because UK is a country that, of course, is having different sort of power and position, but we are something else. Techno-diversity, I'm not so familiar, but I was dealing a lot about these varieties of capitalism, and actually my initial research question was a difference in knowledge production, and then I came to this cognitive capitalism, and that knowledge is like a main engine of progress and of development, blah, 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 and that led me a long way to start to deal with all these topics. However, I think there is a very important question in all of this, and this is this voluntarity, and this is also a question of a point when we say, when we, for us, start to think, okay, this is like 26 years, in case they really wanted this to happen, they wouldn't let it don't happen. Correct. So I think that many of the goals in terms of economic market capitalist development, one of the main important laws, I mean, market needs to, and we know that, expand. And I think expansion was really a motive of the market beneath acceptance process as well. One of, I'm not saying that's the only one, others will actually, if we are really objective, optional. And these options we see are left out. And one point we need to say, okay, what we're going to do? It's not that we're going to wait forever. Okay, do you see you? And by living for 1 year in Belgium, I really was impressed by complexity of their political system, of their history. They also have very, very important scholars in this uneven and combined development branch of the dependency theory. Van Linden, Romain, and one also other author, and I think that Belgium is really an example we should look at in many instances, despite it sounds weird. It is. However, they are of course core capitalist country, and they expanded, and they are somehow safe. But I think that the basic idea was to expand and open the markets to former socialist countries. Other things are optional, and like this development of those countries is not their issue. So it's time to start to think, okay, we can join, but this is just one aspect of social transformation and economic development those spaces need. And we had a lot of debates also in Poland about all these, let's say, problematic countries that actually, do not show any sort of, how to say, initiative to self-determine sort of direction in some aspects. And I think it's finally, really, we have a panel in a conference called Historical Materialism. Believe it or not, there is it is a 13th conference in, I'm not by myself believing in historical materialism as a law in history. I'm not Marxist in that sense, but I think there are many important insights we need to think through in order to understand that basic of this situation is capitalism, and it is very different from what it was.
Milenko will have a question. We'll have director with few words, and we'll wrap this up for today. And few thoughts. Let's linger on, and you'll have in the evening you might have a. Okay, let's wrap this up.
I have two very, very short questions. One for Jovana, and the second one for Uroš. First, Jovana, you insisted all the time in your paper that legally is this problematic to give the status of partial membership, but in fact we have examples, it is possible as a political decision. But I'm wondering why is actually we are talking about partial membership, because nobody is officially talking about partial membership. Even this German French non-paper says gradual integration. They don't think gradual membership or partial membership. So, and also Switzerland, for example, and Norway, they are members of the EU economic area, and nobody says they are partial member of the organization. They are EEA members. So why we are having the discussion, about partial membership? It is difficult to legally, define, plus probably it is unnecessary. And for Uroš, question, I remember the previous panel when Ksenija said there is no stick and not a carrot. Does the EU care that we are not, adopting these laws, changes, as they require? Do they care?
Thank you very much for your question. I fully understood what was your point. As you rightfully stated, it's not that near. So it's not inevitable. I'm speaking of the partial membership or to the European Union. So it is somewhere in the future as a possibility, but the reason why it is on the table is because the EU is sending us mixed signals. First of all, ever since the beginning of the war in Ukraine, of course, there is a much more need for cooperation, not only from the inside but also on the outside. So that is why it could be a potential scenario in the future that could develop from, as you mentioned, phased integration. It was like a possibility that could happen, and as we've seen, the example of many things that happen within within European Union and in terms of its relations with external partners, everything could be possible. So my point was basically to clarify that it could never be a solution, but as you said, some sort of a gradual integration within carefully defined limits, limited to economic area, to single market, to energy, which is quite a hot topic nowadays, and stuff like that. It's of course possible, but it must be carefully designed, must be carefully defined, and as I said, limited to the wording and the wording of the treaties and to the clauses that I referred to. So basically that was my point, but you're absolutely right. We're nowhere near, but I'm afraid that this could be on the table very, very soon as a way to strengthen, the external borders of the European Union, also considering going to mention something maybe falls outside the topic, but I think if you think about it more carefully, could be something that we should discuss on the level of geopolitical enlargement. Geopolitical aspects of the enlargement, it's the way that the EU is dealing with migration at the moment, and the adoption of the EU Pact on Migration and Asylum, which puts a focus on the protection of external borders from outside threats and less on the, I would say, protection of human rights. So along the lines of what the EU has been doing so far, and how important it is for the EU to cooperate with and to enlarge itself and to cooperate with external members and candidate countries, but at the same time it is hypocritical very much and ambiguous in what it actually wants from those countries. In the light of all this, so my point is that this could be a potential scenario, but I'm voting against it. So phased integration, gradual integration, yes, but not in a form of partial membership, but in a form of what we've already seen. Yeah.
You're right.
Okay.
The answer to your question requires structured and very elaborate, at least 10 minutes lasting answer, but I'll be brief. I'm not sure I have parameters to answer you. Do they care or not? I'm not sure, but I can try. If you read the reports of the European Commission, the answer is yes. If you read lithium-related bilateral agreements, the answer is no. That's all I can say. Thanks.